Good morning, Vietnam. Just nursing a bit of a stomach issue here, so sorry for the delay. Um, yeah, about these numbers that are floating around, I just saw that as well. Apparently, Matt Khor's is going on about it, and I can see it in the Reddit chat right now. Um, if someone has the Ortex data, they could probably confirm it, but it's all over the place as to what the actual numbers are. Plus, a short interest of 147. I could see people piling in on Friday because we should have gone up a lot higher, and I could see it that the shorts were potentially piling in to offset the hype. That's quite a possibility. Um, but everywhere I've looked, short volume is somewhere between 1/30th to a third of the volume. So there'll be 10 shorted for 30 volume, or there'll be one shorted for 30 volume, somewhere in that range, um, wherever uh, you look. So I really don't know the exact number on that one. Yeah, okay. So, anyways, the cost to borrow makes sense. Short interest would be, unless they're talking about like the short interest rate, then that makes sense. But if they're talking about the actual amount of people that are interested in shorting, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't think that's even close. I wish people would just get their terms right. Because, yeah, short interest can mean either the interest rate or it can mean the demand. And that makes it fucking confusing. Yeah. So, anyways, the market opens in 20 seconds, and we're going to start flying high at 996. And if only I set my fucking thing for one day later, we'd be looking at a lot of money. Well, Timmy, we're going to have to push back your cancer treatments. Daddy's eating dog food. Well, cat food. I'm moving on to dog food. I'm told there's an interesting menu. So we're going to probably hit 10 and then retract. So let's see them duke it out. Let's see the volume. The volume is 1.5 million. Oh, we're coming out swinging. We're fucking finally. Yeah, 1.552 million. Oh, maybe today won't suck the big 1111s. Why am I not seeing anything? Oh, are we that high up? Yeah, we're that high up. I was like, where is it? Oh, I have to scroll for once. I missed the days when we actually had movement on the chart. None of this bullshit where we fought over a penny for almost a whole fucking day. Oh, God. What shit. All right, so 10's going to be a difficult number to get through. So let's hopefully we get a good push. Start off right. Okay. So basically, once we get through 10, which we have, you have to hold above it for about a minute or two, or really go past it, because we're now dealing with the gravity. So you see us getting pulled back. So just because you see us go past the number, for all those that are new, don't get excited. You have to get past it and stay. Or get past it by a lot, and then you'll retract a tiny bit, and you'll still be past it. Either or. But you can see right now we're just duking it out. Come on. We can do it. Oh no, 10 is going to be so difficult for us to get through. Oh man, I terribly would not like it to go any higher. No, I'm not wrong. Just because we go through it doesn't mean we're through it. You can see we're still fighting it. Um, but right now we're kind of in a higher speed. So we've gone through it, we got pushed back, we pushed forward, we got pushed back, and now we might attempt the breakout. We just got so used to slow-mo. Like it takes a whole day to go through what we just did. The motions we just did took an entire day in yesterday or Friday. So what we did in 2 minutes would have taken us half a day or a whole day on Friday. It's just a matter of velocity. Because right now we're just batting against the line. We're over the line or on the line, depending on where the line actually is. But you can see we're getting pulled back. Okay, that should be us just on the edge of getting free. The pullback should be small. So we just had a 1 cent pullback. Yeah, I think we're free. Yep, we're free. Look at that. All right. Be free, AMC. Uh, that hottie. Oh, wow. Well, it's time to take out an option contract. I gotta do my weekly IOU options. I loan out my shares. Okay. I can get 23 cents. Whoa. All right, I'll wait till after the dip. All right, $300 in my pocket. Excellent. Okay. Gain. Yeah, green. We're finally seeing green. So don't worry about this. We're just fighting over 10. All right. My options are now fulfilled. Yeah, I was waiting for something like this to get my options in. All right, let me actually load up the proper tool here. Get my advanced stock. Yeah, don't worry about a pullback. You can see the buy and the ask are still good. So what this is someone profit taking because it got slow. And so they got in yesterday or Friday and they made 5%. Now they're just trying to lock it in. But then they'll be gone and we'll move on. And life will be good. So, nothing to worry about. You'll know when things are gone bad. I'll be like, fuck. That's when we've dug a grave and we're digging further. Then I'm like, yeah, fuck this. We're toast. But we're not there yet. Not there yet. Okay. So. Trying to get my option order filled here. I don't know about the 50 fib rule. Are you just talking about the 50% it wants to avoid it? It applies everywhere to my knowledge, but the pre-market is very few people are playing, so you don't get consensus. So Fibonacci works better when there's tons and tons of people because it plays on the average of the human psyche, if you will. So it plays on the core human, the innate parts of humans. And when you have a small amount of people, you can have abnormalities and odd people causing major shifts, which is why I can predict the market better when the volume's high and less when the volume is low. So, yeah, it should work, but of course, keep that in mind. Oh, yeah. Well, if you don't go with the pre-market, if you just take the gap definitely matters, yes. I wouldn't try to use the fib against the pre-market, but if you just use it against the gap we have here, then that makes sense because you're retracting 50% of this, right? Or this, and that's psychological because say you got in here, now you're taking a bit of a loss here, and you're like, well, is it enough? Should I sell? Which is why when you broke here or broke here, you got a bit of a boost, right? Because these people here are all like, I'm going to take my profit and run, so they're gone. And the people here are like, oh shit, we're going into a dip, so they get out. These people go, I get out. And the people that are from the overnight, they're like, well, I better get out too. And so you get a bit of a run because easy come, easy go, basically. So where we're going to find support is where people didn't want to sell and didn't give a shit, which is here. So we could go like this, or just kind of with its gravitational waves, we'll find support around here and we'll turn around because maybe these people will buy more or these people will stop being bitches. Whatevers. So, which chart is frozen? Which one? Oh, my middle one. Yep, I'll fix that. Sorry about that. It's because I loaded up my my main software for trading options, and apparently it froze everything. Okay, sorry about that. So what I was saying is we'd find our main support here, because these people here got knocked out here, and then these people and these people here are these people that are selling off now. So hopefully the gravitational of this will bounce us up. If not, we'll find our support down here, because you know, these people had all the chances in the world to go lower and didn't. So that's going to be a major support for us if we're heading that way. Yeah. So we have good buying strength, so we just have to give it some time. How's the rest of the market? A little red. Okay. Do. All right. Do. I'm just looking at my options right now. My literal options. So we're just gonna let this bad boy run its course. Yeah, we should start recovering shortly. So again, this is going to be our line, and then we have to watch out for 1030. So we want to get as much height as possible before we roll over 1030, which will drag us down. GME is not doing so hot. Let it run its course. It's Monday. Okay, strategy. Good. Yeah, sorry for the lack of comms. I'm just looking at the my strategy chain here, and I'm trying to weigh out what I'm doing next. So I'm looking at the volume. We're at 10.146 million or 10.6. Is that million? No, hold on. Yeah. But that might be that might not be right. Hold on. Is this a dot or a comma? That's a comma. So it has us at yeah, 10.2 million. My thing here has us at 1.6 million. Is this option volume? That's just, which would be weird. Let me just check. Yeah, I think that might be. Oh, that's why. Okay, we had a $3.2 million buy-in, which this didn't register, but right here, this was 3.2 million, but it didn't register on my charting, which is why the numbers are off. Because this one just kind of estimates pretty good. Sometimes it misses. This other chart is right from the NASDAQ. So there was a huge buy-in. Okie dokie. That explains why the numbers are off. This is 3.37 million, and then we have 500,000 follow-up, which is 10 in my books, and 11. Yeah. And this one looks big, and relatively it is big, but this one should be about 8 times bigger. 5 to 8 maybe. So if that's the case, we should have a much stronger support line here, which means that this floor can be lifted up to some extent. How high, I don't know. Which I would have just wrote off as gravitational resistance. So yeah, I'm just poking around the option chains and all that fancy stuff on the side here. It's linked to my bank account, so I don't really want to be broadcasting that. Oh, look at you guys in Dodge. They're now calling it Shibuya. Cute. Well, I'm glad it's doing good for you guys. Oh, I see. There's a new one. Okay, so that's what people are going on about. I was wondering why everyone was talking about Shibuya, and I was like, because that's what the dog is, right? Oh God, there's a new one every week. Man, someone's got to be losing a lot of money. Okay, covered calls weekly. Let's see what my choices are here. I only get $200 for locking up my shares all week. Sad pandas. Yeah, the Doge dog is a Shiba Inu or whatever you pronounce it. Yeah. Anyways, I thought they were just having a play on words, but apparently not. Okay, so we're starting to level out. It's good. Oh, I think I spoke too soon. Still in the 1 minute. I'm just, I guess I could put it in the corner here. 1 second. I'll just put it in small d for you. Window. Okay, so this is the advanced dashboard for TD, and I'm just basically putting around here with the options. I'll put it in super low-mo so you can't make out my bank account information. But at least you can see me moving around. All right. I'll take a gander. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're starting to go sideways. Our volume's still decent. So it looks like the metrics have finally caught up. It's now 10.46 million. So it finally corrected itself. I'm showing 11.9 on my machine here, so the volume's finally unfucked itself. Oops, don't want to do that. Alright, so we're leveling out. So now's a good time basically to buy the upswing, but you got a little bit of time to the 1030 mark. So I'm just looking at my options to do an upswing because I have $0. So options allow you to at least trade with almost no money and make a bit of a splash. Um, this rate, it looks like we are actually going to go up. I don't know if we're going to hit 14 by the end of the week, though. I really hope we do, but I highly doubt we will. Ah, cool. So my this thing here allows you to do a covered call with buying of the stock. So you could do a cover call buying the stock, and you basically just have to go up a few points to basically break even. Huh. Ooh, that's not bad at all. Sweet. Is this what you're using, Cedra? Yeah. Yeah, this is the Think or Swim out of the States, I believe. And then they just took a shit version and brought it to Canada. Yeah, I was just playing around with the different, it's nice to look at the different setups. Yeah, so there's no verticals here. We got, what would it be considered? Volatile, bearish, or neutral? I guess they're considered a neutral, right? Well, I can do it manually. This is just kind of an automatic thing I was just playing around with, taking a look at my options. Oh, I bored out 20 people. My bad. We lost a few people here. I'm just looking at my options. It'd be nice to be able to see the live profit here so I could make better decisions. It's too much effort to explain, etc. It's okay. I'm just looking at it. We can go over it some other time. Okay. I can't see from my couch position. Okay. So I want to do 14. It's currently $6. Yeah, it doesn't give me the ability to do one click wide open cover. It's going to do a multi-leg on me. I can't remove the first part of it. Yeah, I'm going to just have to do it by hand. Okie dokie. We'll just minimize that. All right. No, it's not letting me do it here. Oh, unless... No, it won't let me. It's all right. I'll just do it by hand. Yeah, I don't really use this platform because it's more stupid than not. But because options move so quickly, it's useful because it's high speed moving. So we're coming out of a W. We might see some resistance here. Hopefully we get back on our up and away bandwagon. All right. Took out my option. Because the nice thing about options is because of the time decay, right? If you just buy your, especially if you're doing a covered call, if you buy it early and then the person magically starts to make his money the last minute, it only costs you like a penny to undo. So as long as you get in early and get out later, you made money. So it's free money aside from the commission. So not bad at all. Not bad at all. Yeah. So we don't have the proper Thinkorswim here. They just ported this over like probably 10 years ago, and it hasn't been updated since. Like it's garbage. So this is the web version. It just loads it in a Java applet. But it's a website inside a Java applet. It's silly. Yeah. But anyways, this shit's old and crappy. So I don't use it. This I find much more useful. I just wish the volumes were more accurate. That's my only really crap on that. But I don't want to pay the money, so I get crappy crap. All right. Good stuff. Well, we got a good crowd in here today. Ever since the earning call, we've been hitting 60 around average. Very nice. Good to have all these new people in with us. When the stock picks up, we'll do a little bit more technical trading. But right now, you see the volume's piss low. So we had a little bit of excitement, but now it's just crickets. And so this isn't really, shouldn't say it's piss low. It's low. We're still in the thousands. We're not in the hundreds. So we're actually doing okay, but it's low compared to this. So we're basically completing a W here, which we completed. This is where it's going to decide if it wants to roll or not. It's unsure, so we're technically in a miniature pennant where it'll break up or break down at the end of this whenever that happens in slow-mo. If we break up here and here, excuse me, will give us some trouble. And then here, which is 10. But to us, it will just kind of look like, and then it'll fight against 10 and hopefully break through. But we're coming up on the dip, so as soon as we get to this point, there'll be a downwards inflection before an upwards inflection. So we really only have this little block right here to do our business before we drop down to probably here. If we can get up really high, we'll probably drop down to here. So if we get up to 10, we'll end up here in our dip. If we keep going sideways, we'll end up at 947. Yeah. Anyways, so nothing too crazy. Oh, and on the getting a better microphone fund, so minus the $4,000 that went AWOL from my bank account on Friday, that YOLO did not pay out. The GoFundMe is on its way, trying to figure out how to get it out of the US and illicitly brought to Canada. So we're working on the foreign exchange of money. I figure I'll just set myself up as a foreign worker and steal that sweet, sweet American dollars back to my home country of Canada. You know, just like all those other damn foreign workers. They should put up a wall to keep those Canadians out. With their sticky maple syrup fingers touching all our money. Good times. Yep, it's all good. It's only 4K. Obviously, as I said, I wish I had it, but you gone done and goofed up. It's what you get. It's what you get. All right. Yeah, if AMC could just unfuck itself, it would be awesome. But it is definitely, look at it go, like flat. Oh yeah, I've been trading for 5 years, Cedra. I'm totally aware. Well, I've been trading for more than 5 years, but I've been trading hardcore, if you will, for 5 years. I've made so much and lost so much. It's great. But anyways, it was a fun YOLO. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just new to options. Just because I didn't have the confidence to, blow 4K on it. But here we are. Okay. I'm looking at the volume graph. There is a lot of volume for going back to 850 by the end of the week. Or 9 by the end of the week. Interesting. I might try taking out a last minute call. Like when they get down to like pennies, basically take out a last minute call. And then if it does hit intrinsic value, you basically, 100 times your money? You made 99 cents on the dollar, basically. I give that a try probably this week. That'd be fun. Now, I think the only problem with that is that I probably have to bail on it as fast as possible, or it risks not getting executed. Because I think the option clearinghouse will still consummate all your trades, but I think you need to find a willing partner to pick it up. Whereas with stocks, you have a market maker. I don't know if you have a market maker with options. Probably do. But then the fact that you have unlimited risk or unlimited loss makes it that you may not have an option market maker. We'll see. Something to do. But yeah, I'm just looking at the option chains right now. And so it looks like a lot of people are really betting on it being 9 by the end of the week. Over 8 million bets. That's good optimism. A few people are actually betting at 1450. About a million or so. And someone bet on beyond 1250. Oh boy. What's that? I guess that's 23. That's the ultra YOLO. I don't understand what you just wrote, etc. So we're just trucking sideways in slow-mo. Guess I'll put this back up. A little bit of entertainment. All right. So I've made a bit. On my option contract already. That's good. Time decay is nice. Right. So there's not much I can do. I've made an extra $1,500 today, but I can't spend it yet. And we just need this baby to take off. Morning, Booth. Guess we're just on the slow boat to success land, I guess, is where we are today. Excuse me, yeah, good call. Let's get some lemons in here. And I'm just gonna go find a Tums. Getting ran over by heartburn. For some reason, muffins always run me through for some reason. But they're on sale, and they're delicious. Okay. Alright, just gonna mute for a second so you don't have to hear me chomp on these. There we go. Okay, well, awesome. So yeah, we're just trucking along sideways. Yeah, heartburn can be caused by many things, but some people are sensitive to sugar. So I guess muffins being, you know, broken down cake, and then whatever's in the cake is just sugar and sugar. Yeah, I don't know. The body goes ham on trying to digest sugar, I guess. So, coming up on 10:30. So in 5 minutes, I think I'm going to buy $400 worth of shares since I don't have. That's my cat food money. It's all I got left. But I have a good feeling. So maybe I'll do a short-term play because once we start fighting 10, right? Then it's a it's a guaranteed we're going over 10 if we start fighting 10. So we're showing indications we're going to drift up to 10, and I'm quite sure we'll be over 10 by sometime this week, right? So that's easy money. Yeah. So I'll let the dip give me an artificial pull down, and then an artificial pantsing, and then I'll buy in and do a short-term play. Yeah, Fancy Feast is my current cat food of choice. For those just tuning in, I did a $250,000 YOLO, and it did not work out. So I'm down $4,000, and I'm eating cat food. I'm just temporarily poor till I can win it back. Because I'm gonna win it back, you know. Just one more on the roulette table. I got this. Yeah. That doesn't really mean too much, Belts, but because there was only 50,000 shares left to borrow, and as that number approaches zero, then correspondingly the interest rate goes up. But when it gets over 50, which it is now, or close enough, that's means a little bit more than when people were freaking out about 20%. Because that's per year, so that's not 20% a month like a credit card kind of deal. Well, credit cards are per year as well, but you get the idea. Crap, someone spelled garlic sauce on my blanket. Oh, my, nasty. It smells like expired milk and garlic. Oh. Sad pandas. This is a horrible smell. Alright, my nose will get adjusted to it soon enough. Either that or I'll go blind. Either way, problem solved. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't make more else. It's not like it's an absolute unmovable wall. It's good news nonetheless, just not as excitable as one might think. All right, come on, so I can buy more shares. Daddy needs a new microphone. As for the stinky blanket, I think it's when I had a guest over. Yeah. Yeah, it's temporarily scarce, or it might be permanently scarce. It depends on if somebody wants to make 50% loaning out a share, right? Well, I don't know about the 5 mil or whatever that you're quoting, but if you look at Fintel, our short interest, 2 weeks ago, the actual how many people are shorting was, well, actually 2 weeks ago we wouldn't know. It's reported monthly. Let's see where the Fintel is. Hold on. Yeah. I know that's going around. Everyone's hyping about that, but that doesn't mean anything. But I'm guessing that's what all the talking heads are talking about now. Okay, here we go. Short interest. So the last reported timestamp was today, and there's 15,000 short shares available. Okay, it's reported 4 times a day and then daily. Here's the other one. I don't know all these terms because I never use them. Thought there was another term. Oh, maybe it's short interest owners. What am I looking for anyways? Short interest, there's the number, there's the quantity, there's the rate. And what I want to see is total available. Oh yeah, that's what I'm looking for. The total available presumed shorted. Don't know if Fintel has that actually. Yeah, I want short interest percent of float. Where is that on Fintel? What I'm looking for. Oh, it's inside the lock data. Okay, yeah, it's updated twice monthly. So that's what we need to find is the short interest. In the sense of percentage of float. Your Pinto? Nice. Good times. Well, we're still trucking along, so we're doing another U shape, which is getting us the strength to go over this. We should see our dip. Should be happening now-ish. Okay. So I'm going to buy some shares. And how much money do I have? Okay. Current market price is 9.85. All right, I can buy 50 shares. That is nothing. Not even going to cover commission. Yeah, so my break even on that is if I go up $1, I would make $50. And don't think we're going to go up $1 today, but let's do it. All right. There, I just bought 50 more shares to catch the upswing. And I'll pay for some cat food. Just give it a second, Daryl. There'll be someone else. The information's only 7 minutes old. So people are just going to be flying around to report the news. All right. So I guess while we wait, I'm going to go set up our support and resistance lines for the day. If we get past 11, then we can all cheer. Yeah, it looks like we got over most of the hurdles. Oh, this one. Yeah, you can see that one. It's clearly something. And then there's one here. All right, let's see. Let's see this baby do its thing. All right. Good job, Daryl. Yeah, I've heard of this GME stock. It's currently doing -7. It's so if you remember Friday, right? It had ultra low volume, which basically spelled that no one gave a shit about it. Now today it's got okay volume, but it's okay volume in the wrong direction. So really this is a sign that it's lost its love, that people are losing faith. So they had all day to do stuff. They didn't do it. And then they decided, fuck it, sink the ship. Now, perhaps there'll be a rebound, and perhaps some of this volume is people just holding it up. But that's generally a bad sign. Increased volume in the wrong direction. Nothing good comes of that. It's pretty much as bad as it gets. So now they're in a bit of a power shape. So they completed a W. Whoops. Completed a W here. And then this is a roll. So cresting, that shape right there. Or what I refer to as rolling. Rolling I usually use if it goes up and it rolls over. It can't go like this. No stock can turn in on itself. So that's basically 100% roll is that. Where this is pretty much 100%. It went down to a 90-degree kind of deal. And then it basically did a dead cat bounce as evidence of, whatever. So the cat falls off the house, goes blunk. They're like, haha, we're out of it. And no. So it actually got 2 bounces, I guess. So 45, I believe, and 41 or something is their breakdown point where they go abysmal. So
if this gets down to here, we should see a drop to here. And if it gets below this, which should be a good support line, then rip Van AMC. But as it stands, this doesn't look good. Unless this turns into a positive W or just a straight on check mark, which is even stronger, or it does an N shape, which is the strongest. So that's it going down. Chances are it might do another bounce. So it does 3 kings, 1, 2, 3, and then around the halfway mark, because this becomes a support resistance line, it rolls away from the line, which causes it to break a new low, which then seals its fate. That's probably the most likely recourse, but we will see. Yeah, so we're doing pretty good. So we're still trying to deal with this guy here, this line, whatever the hell it is. And then we have our support line is right here. This guy, this guy, this guy. So we might do that. That makes a W. Hopefully we just plow through. But our volume's not strong enough for that. So when you have really low volume, you tend to just drift and bounce off of support lines. When you have strong volume, you tend to go vertical. Or, well, in both directions, I guess. So we'll let this play out. Looking good. Well, why would there be a margin call? Goddamn. Like, not saying goddamn to you, just read what Tom wrote. Well, just run through it. Like, why does a margin call get triggered? Well, it's because you don't have proper liquidity for your calls because they went in the wrong direction. Because if they went in the right direction, you would have extra money. But the interest rate that they charge you doesn't affect that. Like, at least not immediately. So over time, it will. Because if you have a bad position, it's only getting worse by the interest rate. But even 100% interest rate, that's over a year. So you divide that by 12, and then divide that by, well, actually, just divide it by 365 to be accurate. And then that's your daily interest charge. And as long as you can meet that and stay under the margin requirements, you'll never get a margin call. It's just like paying the minimums on your credit card. They don't friggin' care. They just want your money. So, pretty easy peasy. Which is why when all these talking heads on YouTube are flipping shit about this stuff, it doesn't friggin' matter. If you're a $10 million company and you're losing 50,000 on GME, what do you fucking do? Like, it makes no effect, right? Like, you're a millionaire and you're losing the equivalency of $1 or $2 in our money sense. It don't matter. Yeah, yeah. You better get it, freedom of culture. You better get it. What do you think AMC will increase? I don't understand what you're asking. When? No one knows. What? Our next level is 10, and then our next level after that is, well, 11 and 12. But 11's kind of wish-washy. We should be able to get through 11 pretty quickly. 12 is the real roadblock after 10. When, how, nobody knows that. Well, the how part, we know how that's going to happen, but what's going to trigger it, we don't know. Stock going to go up. That's how. That's how we're going to get there. Yeah, it's like trying to win a war. How are you going to win the war? Well, we just beat the bad guys. Yeah, that's right. But there's a little bit more to it. Actually, there's a lot more to it. Yeah, stocks are kind of like that. So now we're doing the power shape here. So green, red, green. And if we get over this, which is looking like right now, we need to get over 85.3. So we got to get into 86, 87. Once we do that, then we're free of this piss. Yeah. This is not really a pennant. There's clearly indecision here. So I'm just going to draw a fake pennant. Whoops. Why the hell did that happen? Okay. And yeah, there's clearly something here. So yeah, once we get over this stupid line, then we should be off to the races. Come on, delete. Then all we have to deal with is this guy, and technically this guy. They shouldn't be too bad. Oh, we'll let that run its course. You're trying. Good. Go banana. Yeah, it's all good. The nice thing about the stock market is, even though it can be boring sitting here and doing nothing, there's plenty of stocks out there. So if you really want to keep busy, you can have 100 stocks that you're watching. But I actually like the fact that you have downtime. So if I wasn't doing this stream, you just set up alerts, have it ding you when it's time to look, and then you just come back and you get so much free time. Like, I usually go for long walks and go downtown, and then I just have my phone let me know, do some stock trading on a bench, hit up Starbucks, go get some food. You know, you can be at a restaurant and trade stocks real easy. You know, you spend 30 minutes at the restaurant, trade a few stocks, enjoy your meal on a patio. It's like, it's great. So you can be as busy or as unbusy as you want. So as much as these boring lulls suck, just because we're trying to game GME, it's one of the benefits. A lot of jobs don't have this much downtime where you get paid. So it's all good. Oof, that's huge. He'll probably get corrected. That's too much too quick. You only have to panic if it continues more than a minute. Let's see us continue to recover. You're going to fall right between the lemons? Of course you will. Of course you will. Just close that gap. GME is treading water. S&P and the Dow are kind of poop. Still can't get over this damn green line. It's trying. It tried. Now collapse. So 1, 2, 3, fail. Yeah. And it's going to fail hard on the third time. Technically, it's probably 1, 2, 3, 4. In this case, I guess it broke through. Or 1 fail. 1, 2, 3 goes through. 1, 2, 3 it goes through. And that one's not really working out. Usually it's in threes. So you go through on the third time or you have a big failure. That part's holding up. So you try, then big failure. Try, didn't make it, big failure. But the actual numbers ain't lining up properly. The Dow's doing pretty good though. GME is treading water. How are we doing? Okay, so now it's a little bit more serious. That was 18,000. Let's see what the actual number was. Let's look at the chart. 300. Yeah, it's only about 300,000. So this isn't much. So on my chart it looks big, but it's only slightly bigger. It's probably only goes up to here on the real chart. And it's probably a sell-off from the buy-in, because that buy-in number was like 3 million, and this was only 300,000. So it's about 3 times the volume to the left and the right, but it's not as big as this. Yeah, the volume's kind of wonky today. These are showing so big and they're not. Yeah, that one just came in as 30,000. Not even that big. It is only slightly bigger than the one to the left. Yeah, nothing to worry about. Yeah, it's not great, 3 to 10 times the volume in the sell is not great, but not that critical. We're already erasing the one to the left. Not bad. So that's always a good sign when people oversell. You've already erased the red, excuse me, on the left with a fraction of the volume, which shows you that those people were wrong. And we did find support on that black line that I drew. It's almost like support and resistance works. Roll eyes. We do have quite a bit of Sellers in the bid ask. So selling pressure seems to not be done. And because we didn't really get a super duper 1030 dip, this could have been the 1050, 1040 to add to it. But it's a good enough dip. Started a little early. So, but that's good enough. Yeah, see, we're jumping up. Easy peasy lemon squeezies. Now it's time to just get comfortable on the couch, or for those that are employed, actually do some work. We'll just ride this baby out. And we're definitely in a weird shape here. We kind of have a W, and it's way too stretched out here. Now we're in a dip with the same support line. Now we're like frozen. Fractional of a penny trading going on here. Get rid of this. So partly why that red was so big was probably because it was breaking down that fake pennant for some support resistance psychology and all that sort of stuff there. Yeah, agreed, backstop. Really need, this is our chief pushing hours between 10:30 and 12. And we're fucking slow-mo. Scroll to get rid of this. Yeah. So close. Unstuck. Up, up, and away. Up, up, and away. Easy U shape. You can do it. Not seeing any progress on the escaping front. Just going sideways flat. Yeah. Which is good for us because the Dow is our saving grace. We're linked to the Dow. I'm watching the ticks right now on another screen, and it's like garbage. It's just flat, flat, nothing, nothing. Most of the trades are somewhere around 1,000 or so shares, or is this 100? Let me check. No, actually, sorry. Most of the trades are around 1 share. Oh, there was a big sell. That was 50 shares someone sold. But it's not enough to move the price. We're basically just going like literally sideways or up and down a fraction of a penny. It is slow-mo day today. Let's see if I can find something interesting here to pass the time. There's the market. It's the cool market chart. Analytics, company. There is a neat little bull market picture. Ooh, what's trending on social media? Yeah, that's cool. So, DKNG, DraftKings, the Trade Desk, JD.com, Airbnb, Party City, Unity, CleanSpark, PowerShare, Nasdaq's QQQQ. Oh, Planter, it's up there. And Beyond Meat. Interesting. Interesting. Who the hell would bet on Party City? How are they not out of business? Let's take a look at them. Excuse me. Yeah, Party City Holding Co. It's probably because they are out of business. Did they restructure something? Let's see the news. Yeah, like, are people throwing tons of parties?
Like, it's the middle of a pandemic. Oh, maybe it's a value play coming out of a pandemic. Everyone's going to be throwing parties left, right, and center. That makes sense. Okay, I can see that. A short-term value play. Look, man, parties are going to be off the hook. Yeah, so I can't really zoom in much more, but you can see the green here. We're trading flat. That's not very common for AMC, but oh yeah. Well, the mattress companies were the original drug smugglers because you could put the money in the mattress, right? It's smart. Yeah. There's always money in the banana stand. Got to remember that. All right, I'm gonna quickly hit the washroom while we let this go sideways. I was hoping for a little more action, but dem the brakes. We'll take a look at the. Oh yeah, there's DraftKings. So this is what's trending on social media. Oh, Rocket is trending still. Is it in the losers? No. Yeah, what's trending in social media doesn't actually correlate into anything. Yeah, like nobody's talking about this stock, and look at it go. No one's talking about this one either, or this one. Yeah. So far, it's really just Planter, and they're apparently taking a kick to the legs. Oh, it looks like that free ride is over, eh? Oof, look at it. Look at the steepness. That's not a great sign. So the dome shape, or probably even worse, this shape. Well, the flatter it is actually worse, I guess, because your hope of going up was stretched out longer. So your selling is stretched out longer. So it won't be as severe, but your chances of coming back from this are a lot less. Whereas if you go up fast and go down fast, your chances of coming up fast are much better. You're much more likely to come to here, where this you're much more likely to come to here, which is muted. Which then, if you go too far, too long in the same direction, you collapse. But anyways, that's not great. So it looks like anybody that bought Planter since February has lost money. Wow, couldn't have told you that one. Suckers. Take that, Wall Street bets. You hype, you pump, and you dump. So you pretty much, yeah, if you held, you've lost money down to November of last year. So there's no winners, just pile of losers. And how much are we talking here? 56% losers. Nice. Nice. Good job. Good job. Some quality investing skills there. Yep. Where we should have completed a U shape, did not. So it looks like we're going to make a W, which hopefully will not be as fucking long. W's tend to be the same length. And I can't go through another month and a half of sideways. It'll kill me. So I'm still hopeful this might be an N shape, which should be today, tomorrow, if that's the case. If it's not an N shape, then we go into a W using this side. So it'd be this guy. But normally W's do not have a bigger middle. So this is the shape we have currently. So we could go like this. So that would then be here, making an N shape.
If we do this, but then we break down at either this guy or this guy, we'll have this, or we have this, which then can turn into a W. So using this, then you have a W. Chances are we'll break down on this shoulder, and then that gives us the lower middle. Then we get the energy to come out and break out on this guy. So that would bring us back up to 12. So that's kind of like the medium course. So you didn't have enough energy, you come back down, you try, no, you get the energy and you break out. And then that's that. If things go well, this one keeps going. And then that gives you your N shape, which is about as strong as you can get, short of like this. But no stock on a large scale tends to do this. It's probably around a 45 degree or slightly higher. So again, keeping with where we are now, which is basically that. Well, that. We could also do like a roll, and then that would be really bad. We could continue straight down, but that doesn't make much sense. Or go horizontal, which no stock really does that, so it would be wiggling like this, which ends up kind of like that. But we should be on the recovery phase. So if this is the middle, or this was the recovery phase, which I still think it is, of this, we just had a breakdown on the cup shape. So we completed a small cup, but we failed to complete the bigger cup. So that whole pattern, all of this is over with. So now we can just pretty much anything past this line we can ignore because it's all done. So now we're looking at this kind of slope. Now the question is, okay, where's our major support lines, which are like 11, 12 are the big guys, but we have these little guys in between. So the little guys shouldn't give us much trouble. So if our major is 12, like right here, we should be able to come flying out. So we should be able to do at least the N shape, I would think, going up. If we can't, if one of these greens defeats us, then we'll make the W shape. But the W shape might be like this. We might not come all the way down because the green lines might support us. So we get stopped by one, but held up by the other. So, but we'll have to see. But right now we're kind of in slow-mo, so we're not doing anything. Unfortunately. Yeah, we're still just trending along that one support line. But if we keep going along this line and we don't get any height, we're going to fall down. Just gravity's going to take over. All right. Well, anyways, we'll let this roll. I forgot I have to use the washroom. And I'll grab something other than another muffin to eat. And we'll just let this run its course. Yeah, 4th of July will be good. As time progresses sideways, the company basically gets better and better each day. So we're building up pressure basically. When we're going to pop, I don't know, but we have to pop. It's not like we're not getting weaker. We're not losing money. Every day we lose money. AMC is not at full tilt, but they're on the recovery bandwagon, right? So it's not like the company is fundamentally getting weaker. We're not running out of money. So it's just a matter of time, which is unfortunate because I want to get back to day trading sometime before I'm 100 years old. But anyways, you know the drill. I'll be back.
All right. And I'm back. Ugh. Yeah, I was thinking about the lumber shortage. I saw a cool infographic. They said back in 2015, $50,000 worth of lumber would build you 4 houses, let's say. Now it would build you a house and a half. So it's like, that's not great. So, and now if this lumber shortage or cost continues, although I don't understand how there's a lumber shortage. It's probably because there's such a demand to build new houses in the States. Um, but Canada has infinite lumber, essentially. So it's not really a shortage, it's just a shortage of cheap lumber. It's just like there's no oil shortage, there's just a shortage of cheap oil. Um, and even that's not completely true. Eventually, we're going to run out of cheap oil. We hit peak oil back in 2008, 2010, somewhere around there. And then we found a couple huge oil fields, which basically pushed us out a few years. But it's pretty ridiculous. Sure, humanity's dependence on oil. And almost half of all oil, no, 70% of all oil is used by transportation. So crude for ships, cars, airplanes, you name it. So it's it's a pretty shitty thing to be doing, burning off oil just to move a vehicle around. But the problem is there's nothing on Earth that has the same energy density for the weight. Now, arguably, I think nuclear is more dense, but then the weight of the reactor, right? You can't really put that on 4 wheels. Um, and I think hydrogen, if it's compressed or liquefied, I'm not 100% sure on this, could have a higher density per weight. But again, the same thing. You have to have like pressurized chamber and a whole bunch of uh, metal to stop it from exploding. But eventually, batteries will take the cake. So you'll use a nuclear power plant to charge a battery, but I don't think batteries have, or lithium ion or lipo, which are better, doesn't have the energy density to beat fuel. And then even if it does beat fuel for energy density and transportation, because obviously electric is lighter, easier all around, you also run the risk that getting the fuel per megawatt doesn't add up. So cheap oil has a $16 per every dollar used to get it. So it's great. But then as soon as you go nuclear, transportation, you put away all the costs of burying it, it doesn't add up. So if you consider how much energy and time and effort it requires to make a battery, I don't know if that, adds up to shipping oil. Anyways, that might be the next power play. I'm definitely looking at doing oil in the future. I'm about halfway through a book on oil. Pretty interesting. But why is lumber so pooched right now? Guess we'll have to go back to wiping our butts with a sponge on a stick dipped in vinegar. Toilet paper is going to be too costly.
Hopefully you can get over this black line soon, or we're going to keep ticking down. Time is at 11:30. The bigger markets are showing a little bit of life, but not much. GME went up 1%. NASDAQ still taking an arrow to the knee. Horrible way to start a week, NASDAQ. But there was a lot of bad news over the weekend. Can't remember exactly what. Someone posted it on Facebook. It was either oil or some other thing that basically sunk. Maybe they'll explain it here. This is a garbage website. Garbage, 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 garbage. Yeah. Yeah, job layoffs. Oh, I think. Oh no, that was last week. There was also the Joe Biden signing the thing against healthcare. Basically tanked their stocks for the coronavirus IP. There was something important. Oh yeah, that's what it was. There was the hacking, right? God damn it, it was oil. There was a hacking in the United States that shut down the oil supply over the weekend. That might be sending ripples across the market. Ah man, I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Doesn't look too bad. It's definitely a little bit of a game changer to see a major the hell is it called? I'd like to say an institutional, let's say a government piece of government infrastructure. Probably a more accurate word for it. Get dinged. Yeah, it's like if they shut down a nuke plant. GME looks like it might be recovering. We're not showing much positivity. So we're on this support line here, which is a small one. And our next one is 961. But we're still up 2%. That's better than some stocks do all day. And it's better than we did all last week. Oh, what a shit that was. I was going to say some heavy losers, but 20 is the worst on the market right now. That's not bad. With 61 being the best. Jeez. They went from $2 to, well, $2.20 to $3.40. Damn.
Some serious winning. That's the US Steel, eh? That one's just been on a tear. Look at it go. If I go back 1 month, yeah. Jeez, it's been on a tear since forever. Oh, so it came down in 2008, but I mean, if you invested any time last year, 250%. I guess everyone's gearing up for some infrastructure. Right now it's riding high, but whoa, look at it in 2008. Damn. Wow, that's 10 times your money. Oof. Maybe I should get some steel shares. Probably what everybody else is thinking. Nice. Yeah, I guess if lumber's going through the roof, then steel's probably going through the roof too, right? If America's on an insane building spree, then everything's going to keep going up. Hmm. Let's take a look at new. Is new up here? No. Here. Yeah, it might be a good idea. Oh yeah, new Khor. Yeah, and they're taking off too. Excuse me. And they pay dividends of 50 cents. Not bad. 50 cents on the $100. Okay, maybe not great. Oh. So what's that? Five? No. Uh, that'd be 5 cents on the cent. Yeah. Oh no, it'd just be 5 cents. Right. So if it's 5 cents on the $100, then yeah, it's 5 cents on the dollar. Or no, wait. Shit. Yeah, I got that completely wrong. It would be 1,000th, or sorry, 5,000th of a dollar. Yeah. Yeah, that's not great. Dividends. But then no one really gets rich on dividends. So how's their earnings? Their earnings have been, wow, coming back with a vengeance. Yeah. And see, technically, I should have thought of this too. Steel and lumber would show the post-pandemic before everyone else, because people would be building as the pandemic ends, and all that pent up pressure, right? And even if AMC decides they're going to build new theaters, right, they're going to need steel and lumber, and so yeah, it's just a matter of keeping an eye on that. I should have thought of that actually. Yeah. Yeah. Well, new Khor looks good. Um, yeah, maybe I'll diversify into building materials. It's not a good long-term play because as soon as the hype ends, it basically will die out until whatever. You know, America has dwindling infrastructure. They've been putting off repairing bridges for 60, 70 years, right? So, do you want to wait 60 years for your steel stock to come back a roaring? Um, if that company's still around. So, but if Biden finally gets that infrastructure bill going, which is probably what they're all prepping for,
Yeah. No, I guess eventually they're going to have to do infrastructure. The bridges are just going to fall on people. So, yeah, I guess sometime in your lifetime, your bet will pay off. So we're going into a W shape here. So we're going to make an attempt on the black line, it looks like. We're just moving in slow-mo today. Do some TA on LL. All right, let's take a look at LL. Ooh, the lumber liquidators. I know them. But those are retail. So this is probably people getting in on them because they know lumber's getting sparse. Yeah. But see, you're betting on a company that sells lumber. So they've been losing money? Holy shit. That is 1,160%. Wow, whoever did the estimates fucked up royally. They came out swinging 11 times estimates. Holy shit. I don't think I've seen anything that far off the mark. Whew. But anyways, so they've been treading water. I'm guessing, yeah, down from a heyday of some point in the past, which 2018 was the good times for steel. So they got a little bit of it, but not much. So their heyday was back in 2013, 2014, which incidentally was almost just before the housing poo. You build the houses, and then no one can pay for the houses 2 years later. But you can see it's very secular, right? Up, down, well, up, down, up, probably another down. But they started in 2008. Hmm. I don't know enough about them as a company, but you can see they're not really floating along with. Let's see, who else has lumber in their names? Let's go with commodities economy. Nope. Index. There's got to be a lumber index. Wonder if there's a lumber coin. Oh, here we go. Here's lumber futures. Oh, we smokies. Oh, okay. This is just the future. Whoa. Where are we? Here we go. I was like, what's going on with the chart? Okay, so this is lumber being delivered in December, maybe? Or it's being delivered mid-month in January. Or sorry, mid-month in June. Yeah. 8th month is May, June, July. Sorry. 6, 7. Oh, maybe it's August. Hold on. Oh, God. May is 5th. June is 6th. July is 7th. It's August. So it's either August 12th or the 8th of December. So looking at this, and this is probably for, it says it's crypto. Okay. Doesn't have a 5-year, 1 year, year to date, 6 month. So it's ramping up. Let's see if there's softwood. Wood. Okay. This is
South Korea. But that gives you a good indication. Yeah, you can see there's what I'm looking for. I'd look at the ramp up. Same thing, if that's indeed the futures was showing us the same thing. Let's look at all time. So paper products have not been this expensive since 2007. Yeah, which means all those lumber companies and everything should be getting steadily more profit, but they're also getting higher and higher cost of acquiring stuff. So eventually you'll hit a point where people will stop using lumber because it's too expensive. And then they'll go to concrete and stone or shittier materials. Well, actually, technically they can't because building code would stop them. Whereas, say, in Asia, you could just go build your house out of whatever, right? To some extent, till the government catches you, I guess. But here, you'd be forced to meet certain codes, which means you'd have to have, certain materials have to be used. So you can't completely just build it out of whatevs. Yeah. So yeah, lumber looks like it's been a good power play. So it was kind of doing a sleepy Joe for the last bit, but since July of last year, it's basically made up for almost 10 years, more than 10 years. That's pretty good. That's quite the turnaround. How much is that in percentage? So in 1 year, it went up 70%, which, in terms of AMC, that's 2 good days for us. But goes to show you how slow paper moves, right? It took 17 plus years. 17? 7 and 7 is 14. So it made 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's just say 12 years because I'm really bad at math. So it took 12 years for it to go from here to here, 70% up. That's 70%? 71% up. Yeah, and it did almost majority of that in span of 1 year. Now the question is that going to squeeze them? For an industry that normally moves at the speed of 10 years, how is it going to handle that squeeze, right? So consumers are going to be willing to pay that, or what's going to be the case? Good thing our AMC theaters are just made out of tears and the failed dreams of actors. Don't have to worry about lumber costs. Yeah, maybe I should start betting on building materials, because whenever there's a shortage, it drives up price because of the scarcity. So the people that have it can sell it at whatever price. So it's always better to have scarcity because people are willing to pay more, and that's really the key. If you have something that nobody wants, they're not willing to pay the price at any price. And then if it gets more expensive, they're even less willing to pay for it, right? But if they need it and they have to have it, then that allows you to adjust the price accordingly, such as with fuel. Well, your car either drives or it doesn't drive, right? It's up to you. Do you want a house or do you not want a house? You have to pay the price for lumber or concrete or whatever, right? And then that just becomes the cost of doing business, and that gets passed along. But then the supplier doesn't have to worry about that because they're giving it at the best price or whatever price they could negotiate. And then their retail distributor, Home Depot, has to either lower their profit margin or they just pass the cost along, which normally the retail people just do that. They just keep passing the cost along so that everyone has a higher cost, so people don't question it. But that gets into the business of retail where you want to be the last person to raise your price, but you can't hold out forever because you'll lose a lot of money.
So then what you want is retail shoppers that trust that you have the lowest price always. So they just buy blindly, and then you do plus and minuses on a bunch of objects. And Walmart tries that the most. They have a few things that are loss leaders. They sell at a discount, like bananas or whatever, get people in the store, and then they're like, well, if you buy anything at Walmart, you're saving money. So don't even think about it. Meanwhile, you pick up a pencil that is $3 a pencil, when a pencil is worth like less than a penny produced. Or you grab a thing of chocolate that you could get at the dollar store twice as big for half the price. So they aren't the lowest prices always, but anyways, but that's part of the tactic of price retention and all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to like infrastructure, like if the States goes into a major infrastructure or China goes into major building, they're going to look domestically and internationally, and then it just becomes the market price for this shit, because they're buying it right from the supplier, and the supplier can't really charge much extra except for delivery or acquiring fees. So they can charge you business fees, but then they don't really charge you anything on the actual product because the price is standardized worldwide or locally. Anyways, that's like the example of fuel. Refineries just take like a base 20% or something like that. They can't really do much more than that because the price of fuel is known. But fuel is kind of a weird one because the price at the pump is actually a retroactive price. So the price that the refineries get is established by how much they can sell it at the pump. Once they figure out whatever the market can handle at the pump, they get 20% of that, basically. It goes backwards. And then that establishes the refinery's price, which then establishes the price that is allowed to be pumped out of the ground. So it actually goes, the pricing goes backwards once they figure out what the consumers will take. Anyways, there's a term for that, but it's kind of cool. Wow, Home Depot gained 100. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah, when I worked at Home Depot, it was $23 a share. And then when I left Home Depot, it was $47 a share. I had 3 shares. But you doubled your you doubled your $80 investment. Yeah. The thing with Home Depot is they don't really have, as far as I know, any competitors that really can hold a candle to them. And so they're a great stock on the recovery play. Yes. Yeah. 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 Maybe once my money gets free, I'll diversify from AMC. AMC is still a great recovery. We're expecting basically 3 times our money by Christmas. But it's probably just going to come in bursts. So we'll get 30% days here and there. So, but yeah, maybe we'll add Home Depot to the list. Yeah. All delivery companies were good during the pandemic, but again, like a lot of this too is the rise of the retail investor. So all these people with all these stimulus checks and nothing to do are now betting on all the companies that they recognize, and they're driving up all these companies, but it's not logical, right? It's not just like GME. It's not right. It's not logical. You can still make money off of it, but in the end, the technicals are going to kick in. You know, why did this stock triple during the pandemic? Oh, because it's delivering more stuff, so it got more money from Amazon. Cool. Well, what happens when retail stores open again? they're going to use it less. Okay, which means they lose a good chunk of their income. Yep. Can they scale down without costing themselves? Nope. Well, that looks like that stock only has one direction to go, right? So it's the retail investor's not thinking like that though. They're just trying to get in on Dodge before it goes up to $1, right? But you have to keep looking at the medium long term, or you end up waiting 16 years to get your money back, basically. So yeah, I'd bet on the cruise lines. Yeah. Well, I think just like the cruise lines, right? GME's in the same boat. We need to get the all clear on the pandemic, and the stupid strains keep basically introducing fear. Now, a cruise ship's a little bit different than uh, a theater. A theater, you have someone sitting in spot for 2 hours and potentially infecting 20 plus people, and then you get another group in, and then another group in, and blah blah blah. So you're rolling the dice directly with the people in the room, and then if it's not cleaned properly, the next group in gets infected potentially. But let's presume they just spray everything with bleach. So then there is no infection of the next person coming in. So then the only risk is the person that's in the theater infects the people within 6 feet of him, or the air vent starts spreading it around. But they already fixed the air vent. Now it's also possible all the surfaces he touched leading into the theater, like any type of doors, handles, concession stand, money pay thing, whatever, right? That could be a case too. But in a cruise ship, you're looking at all the handles, the floors, the guys in the same spot for weeks. It is just a disease boat. Like, you got one bad apple, and that one bad apple is there for the whole fucking time. And he's in pools, and he's at counters, and he's, you know, everywhere, every railing, every surface. Let alone if he actually gets sick. He starts puking places. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I think cruise ships are going to have the harder recovery than AMC. And it was very smart that AMC basically just said we're going to go hardcore on cleaning. That is the linchpin. If they couldn't do that, can't maintain that, or we get an infection at AMC, we're fucked. They'll set us back months because there's that fear, right? People don't want to invest if there's a chance they'll lose their money or have to wait more than 10 minutes to get rich. Yeah, exactly, backstop. That's exactly what I've been saying. So here we are breaking over the black line. Let's hope. Nope. God, slow mo. Yeah. Yeah, it's like GME basically saying they went up 300% in Australia. And it's like, yeah, because Amazon couldn't ship. So it's like, you know, whoa. Give it a year from now and you'll be still doing shit all. Yeah. Yeah, the technique that I'm trying to hammer into my head though is trying to think ahead. So like I should have thought that as we come out of the pandemic, building supplies and all of this is going to go through the roof. So I should have bought Home Depot in the middle of the pandemic knowing that this would happen, right? But while I'm in the pandemic, I'm just thinking of value plays or, near-term recovery. I'm not thinking of the bigger picture, right? That it's shifted the whole landscape. And that's something I have to keep trying to train myself is that I need to think further into the future because those are the easier, better, and safer plays, which is why, the pros are always long-term investors. You get in when no one's there, and then you wait it out and you're filthy rich. Whereas I like to trade in the short term, I do momentum and I can trade, intraday if I need to and make 5%. instead of waiting forever. Which is why I never learnt long-term trading, because it's just stupidly slow. But there is certain things, like in this case, the pandemic, right? So now we're going to have 3M companies' filtration's going to be through the roof. Alcohol consumption is going to be at an all-time high for like hand alcohol. So there's all these shifts that, I got to think about, because that's changing how business does business. You know, business retail, business office at all-time lows and are not set to recover. Telecommunication equipment, Cisco's going to go through the roof. Microsoft Link and Microsoft Skype, which is garbage, goes through the roof. Zoom went through the roof, right? So, yeah, these are things that, I should think about. But, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and there's that too. Yeah, I don't know anything about biotech, but that's accurate. With the reduction of regulation and speeding up of the pipelines, basically everyone's rushing to produce some form of vaccine for the problem. And of course, whoever rolls the dice and gets it right gets some serious money. Slash kill a whole bunch of people with blood clots. Boom, 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 boom. Thanks, Moderna. Yeah. Still, it's pretty shitty. All the governments are like, well, get the Moderna vaccine because it's all we got. And it's like, yeah, because no one wants it because it's knocking off people. That's only 1 in 100,000. It's like, yeah, but if you're one of the unlucky ones, you ain't going to be too happy about it, are you? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was the AstraZeneca that was causing the trouble, to be exact, actually. Yeah, because Canada, we have a ton of AstraZeneca, and nobody wants it. Yeah. Well, there's no real like air quote corners cut because, you know, testing wasn't not done. It just the process was just sped up. Um, so people that are saying, "Oh, we're the guinea pigs," it's like not true. Because they still have to go through the whole process. They just did it as fast as possible. Um, but I'm surprised this didn't show up, or it did show up and it wasn't, you know. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't have been a surprise if it showed up. So, yeah. Yeah, normally you got to do, thousands upon hundreds of thousands of people to get a drug out. And most of these guys did what, 50,000 to 10,000s? Yeah. My sister got the COVID arm as well. Body reacted to it um, with a stiff arm. And then in her case, she lasted a couple of hours with a stiff arm. And then a couple people from work, they basically had crazy ass dreams and um, kind of like a pseudo fever, which is common with any type of injection because your body goes all hypochondriac and attacks it. But yeah, for in Canada, we wrote off all the blood clots as people with bad genetics, so they were already predestined to get fucked over by blood clots, and the vaccine just kind of helped them along. So the risk factor is very low unless you have a predisposition. And so that's all that this vaccine is finding the predisposed. So, anyways, but yeah. Sucks if you're one of them, but again, COVID is far more lethal. Well, if it wasn't for the plebs, COVID would have already been over a year and a half ago. So yes, let's all blame it on the plebs because it's their fucking fault. I sure didn't spread COVID, nor did I get COVID. So, got a biohaz suit if I need it. I know how to deal with zombies. Double tapped the skull, man. If you come at me with that COVID, double tapped the skull. You've shot up 5 or 6 people. They were moaning and groaning and foaming at the mouth. I presumed it was COVID. I felt I was in danger. Yeah. It could have been Ebola. Wasn't going to take the chances. So I had to put him down. Yeah. So we're just trucking along a line that I conflated together. So hopefully we'll get over this. Actually, the line is probably below here. Hold on. Right there. All right. The slow boat. But we're getting somewhere. Who are you talking about? China? China's stock went up 100%. Then they got screwed over by a frisky bat and some hungry population that will eat anything. When you say anything, chicken buttholes and colons for everyone. Yeah, so I don't, to answer your question, Eats, since, yeah, we have a lot of time, I can answer questions if you have them. I'm just looking for something. Give me 1 second, actually, so I don't stutter. Just trying to find the game. Where the hell is it? I hate when there's a file folder you know exists. But there it is. Holy crap, I went over it 12 times. Kill me. Okay, 1 second. And there we go. Got it. Okay, now I found it. Okay, so to answer your question, oh, 1 second. All right. Nope. Damn it. I'm trying not to burp in the microphone here. Okay, there we go. So I refer to them as sister stocks. I think the correct term is like there's synergy between stocks, or one stock is an indicator lagging or leading, so follows or leads your stock in question. So this is common with other stocks because let's say Home Depot, right? So Home Depot sells a bunch of shit from probably 30 suppliers, right? So depending on where you look in the chain leading up to Home Depot, if we notice something like, let's say, actually, let's use a better example. Let's say Home Depot is a bread company. So they buy bread from 30 different people, and then Russia catches fire due to some forest fires, and it catches all the wheat on fire. So now we know that Home Depot, the bread company, is now going to have to pay more to get wheat. So then we can go through the chain and we can see if the wheat suppliers are selling more or less wheat. Are they making more or less money? Then we can see the next person that produces the bread that they give to Home Depot. Are they making more or less bread? So we can use these stocks as kind of an index. In that case, they would be leading indexes because the damage would be felt there first before it's felt at Home Depot. Because Home Depot is going to take punishment if the prices go too high because they have to pay more to get stuff. But as long as people are buying, then it doesn't matter because they're just a 20% middleman. The suppliers are going to get richer and richer and richer, potentially, if they raise their prices because they have to compensate for the loss of raw materials. But if they don't, they'll get poorer, and then that way they won't spook the public. Then you have to see if the bread distributor is going to raise his price or keep it low. So anyways, there's stuff like that. So Carnival Cruise Lines for AMC. So Carnival Cruise Lines in the same boat as AMC. Boat. But they're, as I said earlier, they're basically a far more risk for pandemic. You're basically putting sick people in a boat for years. It's like Comic-Cons. Comic-Cons are not coming back until this is all over. Everyone that goes to a Comic-Con gets the Comic-Con flu. They're fucking disease central, right? So, or conventions in general. So that shit's dead. So if you start to see conventions or cruise ships or anything that's high risk swing around, then that means we should be already swinging around because they represent, right now they're all negative because they represent the pandemic. So we can use that part of their business to tell us about our part of our business. So if we look at the market as a whole and the market as a whole is recovering, that shows us that people are more confident. And if they're more confident, they might be thinking the pandemic is over. Now, whether it is or not is a different story, but if they're more confident, they're more likely to spend. And if they're more likely to spend, then everyone goes up. Now, where do we sit in the chain? AMC is an entertainment company, so people need to be happy or really depressed, want escapism, or they want reassurance, or they want whatever to waste some time because they got nothing else to do. But when they're really busy, like they're working to survive, they're not going to really care for movies. If they're busting their ass all the time, dodging zombies, no time for movies. So there has to be a little element of relaxation, or people are just going to watch TV at home for like 30 minutes and go to bed. They're not going to go to the theater. So anyways, you got to put it all in perspective, but you can use what I call sister stocks, like twin cities, sister cities, to basically give you a flavor. Now you have to find them, you have to do your research. But like if you look at Lowe's and then Lowe's starts to take a shot to the leg, if Home Depot hasn't taken a shot to the leg, what happened to Lowe's? So Lowe's goes, oh fuck, I can't get any concrete in. Home Depot still has some supply, so they haven't been hit yet, but they sure as shit gonna get hit, right? So that's your warning that Home Depot's about to get nailed, right? Because they're in the same industry. So you can use your competitors to basically tell you what's going on. And as an outsider, if you looked at all the competitors, if they all lift together and they all go down together, that's the broader market, right? And so then there's something that's lifting them and lowering them, which might be, you know, lumber or oil or something, depending what they do. In our case, it's the movie industry, it's retail investors, whether they're going to have money or not. We're heavily driven by hype, and we're heavily driven by a bunch of poor people using Robinhood and buying half a share at a time. So if we lose that, then we're going to have a period where we have to consolidate until we get and institutional investors to replace the retard money, the dumb money, and the semi-pro, soon-to-be smart money, because that's finicky. That can go, right? So looking at GME is in the exact same boat. Planter's in the same boat. All those hype meme stocks are in the same boat. So if they start tanking, we're going to go with them, because as people lose faith in the hype, well, we just get thrown out with the bathwater, right? So that's why GME is a sister stock to us. We're not in the same industry, but we're in the same country. And if GME can't make any dollars, we can't make any dollars because no one's shopping, right? And if people start thinking GME is not worth $400, which it's not, they might start thinking AMC is not worth $10, which it is. And so we get thrown out when they get thrown out. If GME goes and explodes and makes you in debt, you might throw out AMC to cover your debt. Or you might tell all your friends that the stock market is horrible, scaring them away from AMC, right? So that's kind of the synergy that I would try to paint. So anyways, it's something to keep in mind to answer your question. And yeah, finding sister stocks are great because it allows you to have an extra layer of confidence, which is why people use indexes and futures. Because really, like say oil, if you know the price of oil, right, you pretty much know the price of everything down the line. So the refineries are going to run the same way they've ran for the last 80 years. So everything is very well known. And then when something comes up like the Suez crisis, right, you can quickly do the math. You're like, okay, how many days are they blocked? That means there's this much delay. And then you can actually short sell the gas company who's going to get dinged in a week from now. He's still good. He's got reserves, but he's going to get hit in a week from now, and he's going to run out of reserves, which means he has to pay more, which means the share price is going to go down because he's not making as much money initially. So it's like, you can do stuff like that. So that's really where the pros play. You got to be able to predict. We have a lot of unseasonably warm weather. The risk of forest fires are going up. What happens if Canada had a huge forest fire that burns down half of our lumber? Lumber prices would go astronomical in the United States. Then housing would cascade into failure because nobody could afford, $500,000 for lumber. And so then building stops, then residential goes through the roof because everyone wants houses and they can't make any. So it's that kind of cascade, but you have to be smart. Like the second you see the forest fire in Canada that just burnt down half of British Columbia, you got to be like, housing in 3 months is going to be fucked. Like you got to be on the ball. And that's kind of what I try to learn. But that's where the pros play. That's where. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So, yeah, spend some time, and I think the way big companies do it is that they have like a little book, and then it's like, if this happens, do this. They've already worked it out, so they know if there's a forest fire in British Columbia versus Ontario, which suppliers get hit. The Northwest gets hit because they sample from here versus here. Which foreign shipping's going to get hit? Oh, this company, 30% of their money comes from shipping lumber. Well, they're fucked because there's no lumber to ship, right? So if you know this in advance, and this is why I like short selling, right? If you find a company that's sole business is to do one thing, you wait for that one thing to break for factors outside of their control, and they're going to plummet into oblivion, right? So you can easily short sell them. Well, all I do is ship lumber. Well, what if there's no lumber? Well, I'm shipping nothing. Haha, bye-bye, stock. So that's easy 20%, right? So, anyways, yeah. Yeah, that's, I think, where I'm headed as a retail investor. I'm going to start becoming the big short kind of guy. Yeah. Yeah, 4D chess, yeah. And see, those things are very safe because what's that guy going to do, right? So he could diversify and start shipping other things. But no matter what, it's going to come at a cost, right? He's not growing. He's barely surviving. Okay, now he's shipping humans and migrants across the border, whatever, right? And he's smuggling Canadians across the border. So cool, but that takes retooling, that takes time, rehiring, blah, blah, blah. So no matter what, that's easy money, and then has the potential to be a lot of money if the guy fucks up, right? Or the company can't do it. Or the fire burns down his house too, like, or his office, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, I've always loved short selling because I always find it's easier to find which company is going to fall down than it is what company is going to go up. Because weakness is easy to find, like that example of a single lumber company with no diversification. It's like you're just asking for one lightning storm to completely fuck you, right? Um, so, yeah. But right now I'm on AMC value play. So, fortunately, it is fucking slow, which, I have no control over it, but I do apologize for on behalf of AMC to fellow shareholders. God damn, is it slow? Yeah. Yeah, Disney's not bad, but I think eventually someone's gonna crush Disney. It's like Marvel. Marvel is, well, now part of Disney, but at the time, Marvel was just insanely over-evaluated, right? So at one point, nobody gave a shit about Marvel. Then Marvel's like, okay, we're going to become the IP for the next 10 years. And then everyone's like, everything Marvel. And then it was like, now Marvel's Marvel. Like, it's back to meh. Because they're really just completely on hype. And eventually people are going to burn out of, endless superhero stories, right? Just like they burned out of the golden age of comics. I didn't grow up with comics. My dad grew up with comics, not that he cared for them, but that was the era. And it's like, nowadays, how many kids walk around with comics at school? Aside from weeaboos and the manga lovers. But, it's, I think there's too much hype in Disney. At one point in the 80s, they were the dominant animation studio because no one competed with them and they pioneered a lot. Now, fuck, there's tons of stuff that isn't Disney that's top notch. Um, and Netflix could easily become, the animation king, right? They just need to get, Family Guy's newest stuff, or Seth MacFarlane's newest stuff. They just breed a new culture of animators. Buy some sweatshops in Japan. Boom. We now have Dragon Ball GTX 5000 mashed up with Peter Griffin. Like it's done and done. Yeah. I don't know. I think where Disney gets its most money is that it controls the market for kids. And I think there's not a lot of competition or competitors. Because Mattel, back in the day, Mattel was a huge toy company for kids. Like they nailed it. And Disney's just been chipping away with them because, what IP does Mattel have aside from Hot Wheels, right? So, and even then, it's like, okay, you got a bunch of cars. Do kids really care so much? Like, it's not like we're all living on farms and we trade things with our neighbors and we're isolated and we dream of the cars that are in the city. We're in the city and I play a racing game where I routinely wrap these cars around a tree, like, or telephone poles or whatever else I hit in Need for Speed. So it's definitely a different a different play. But I think you're right. Disney has the potential for so much growth because they're so diversified. But I don't like them, and I don't like what they do, and I don't like their IPs. But to say that they're going to die as a company, they're going to just innovate, right? Or they're going to buy their way out, or they're impenetrable. So it's not smart to bet against them. But yeah, Yeah. Yeah, Hasbro's a good company too. Now is Hasbro and Mattel merged now? Because I think they might have merged. But anyways, yeah. Anyways, that's my DD on Disney. Looks like we're making the power N shape here. So while I was talking, it looks like we might have got increased volume. We're right on the edge of breaking out. So can we? Nope. All right, we need to hit 81 and hold it. But yeah. Yeah, Pixar's a good animation studio. And I don't know what the operating costs. Oh, we're going to go for round two. What the operating cost of an animation studio is. I'm guessing it's like a movie company where you basically make no money, you lose money, you lose money, and then you sell one product and then you make it big, and then you hope you can resell that product a million times over for all eternity. Um, and then that's kind of what streaming services have done. They picked up all of the movies that don't sell anymore on the shelf, and then I watched The Mummy Returns that no one has cared about for 20 years. So actually, it's going to be 20 years in next year, I think. The Mummy Returns. I was like, holy crap! The Rock is 20 years younger. Jeez. Um, but anyways, point is they picked it all up, and so every time I watch it, Netflix plays a bit of royalty, right? And then from there, a little bit of royalty is paid to the actor, depending on the contract per the movie. Oh, looks like we broke out. Sweet. So I'm guessing an animation studio is kind of like that. They just pay their animators out of pocket, and then they hope that the sum of what they make, which gets picked up by Disney or some other publisher, or I guess like writing a book, if there was more than one writer. Yeah, looks like we're breaking out. Sweet. Fucking finally. Good. That only took fucking forever. Now, see, that's an N shape that we just came out of there. So that's one of the strongest shapes. So we should get some good height here. Now, we're running in slow-mo, so I don't really know how far we're going to go, because look at us, we're not even fucking moving. Goddamn low volume. But good conversation, though, about stocks. Yeah, poor Brendan Fraser. Agreed. So if we had like good volume or we maintain good volume, we should hit that black line. And then we either stop on the line or bounce off the line depending on the sentiment. Judging by the length of this green line, I would say we would bounce off the black line because we'd be too high. But if we show any red in the next, minute or two, then we should end up on the line because we won't need to retract because we already paid for our climb. So finally, I can do some technical analysis. So the stock is dead, and my technical analysis is it's dead. No pulse. Still no pulse. 3 hours later, still dead. Slightly rotting. I believe a couple of flies have landed on it. But yeah. I don't care because I'll have my triple money by December. I'm gonna buy some seriously good Christmas presents. The only downside, so I used to trade like lots of stocks and I was quite the stock trader for a bit until I got a real job, and then that required my attention for the last couple years. Where was it going with this? If so, the biggest problem with a stock that has no momentum is that you're missing out on other stocks that are moving right now. But if you keep trying to chase all the stocks that are or like Dodge now, crypto. If you're trying to chase all the ones that are going up this moment, if you come back in a week, you'll find out that they boomed and bust, right? So you'll be constantly chasing all of them and getting screwed or making a few dollars here or there. So as much as it's boring to watch AMC, the longer it goes sideways, it's building up the energy to go up, and then it's going to solidify its base. So while you can chase the flavor of the day, you're often chasing stuff that has no support, which becomes high risk, and the turnaround is high. But if that's your style of investing, cool. But just keep that in mind. So that's the only real risk with stocks that are slow. You could be making money somewhere else, and that's the unfortunate part. Oh well. Just give me a second. I might have froze the menu again. Oh. This acid burn is killing me. Okay. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. Just give me a second. I probably have broken the picture. Is it still working? Okay. We're just trucking along. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Shit. Sorry. I dragged the wrong thing. That's what I wanted. Okay. Good, good. Everything's good. There we go. All right, so yep, we're just trucking along here. So in our in-flight entertainment for today is going to be Medieval Dynasty, which is essentially Minecraft Middle Ages without the crafting part. Why we watch this thing. Take its dear sweet time.
that's the purpose of this channel, is to be running in the background. It's set up so you can run me on a TV. That's the idea. It's set up to. Now, don't put me on an OLED just because. What's it called? There's static images here, but you don't need to see me. The reason I don't show myself is just so then I don't have to clean up before I trade stocks. I can just fucking roll out of bed and it's good enough. Because as is, you know, day trading, when we're actually day trading, is hard enough. I don't want to actually have to try. I do look like the buy, hold, win guy, though. That does actually look like me. There we go. All right. Good enough. So I'm just a little farm hand here, just enjoying my little house. I got killed by a wild boar a few times. It was great. Life is good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad to be of service. But yeah, the objective here is that I'm just doing this to provide a small service, and I don't want to make it too difficult on myself because then I won't do it because it's just a pain in the ass. But we haven't got there yet, so far so good. Oh my God, Miles. Oh my God. Did anyone see? Oh my God. No, it's yeah, you were like the seventh person now. It was a running joke in the morning because everyone would join in and say the same thing. It's all good. Yeah. There you go. Yo, dog. I heard you like um I heard you like Ortex data and short interest, so I got you some. My character's out of water. All right, let's get over this number. So we're slowly drifting up, which is good. Still not great. Still better. Just slow-mo day. Yeah, I do need something to play. Take a gander. I just did some covered calls, so I got about $250 to last me through the week. So I'm literally living off of shares.
when I said to my parents, you know, I'm gonna make it big as a stockbroker and I'll live off my share money. I didn't think it would be cat food, but here I am. Here I am. 10 cans of cat food later. I'm showing them. All right. Yep. Fuck. Quest failed. House rebuilding. Oops. Apparently I had a season to build someone's house and I forgot to. Hope he doesn't hate me. Okay. Yep. That's it. That's it. I'll show them. I'll show them all. Well, now that I'm much more confident, I can easily never work another day in my life with just the money I have right now on the stock market. But I wouldn't be growing. I'd basically be paying myself social assistance level money. So the problem there is that if I ever got really sick or more sick, you know, I wouldn't have any insurance and all that sort of stuff. So I'm at the point where I don't need a job, but I'm not yet um, thriving. But I think I'll get there soon. If I can stop making $4,000 YOLOs that didn't pay out. Rip. Yeah. Cat food's a choice. I think I might step up to dog food. But you shouldn't be eating steaks and all that other good stuff till you actually win. Yeah. All right, still going sideways. Jeez, there's a lot of berries here. Gonna be eating berries for a week. Nice. Need to figure out who sells seeds in this game. I can plant some friggin' crops. Wow, so much for trying to take advantage of minors. They're not allowed to talk to strangers. They even offered him a goose and some free candy. Just help myself to a canard. That person just teleported. That's good. Okay, so dark pool trading's is not too difficult. So the whole idea with dark anything is essentially it's non-public. So when they say dark pool trading, generally they're talking about off the public market, which is what we're looking at. What is the chart you're looking off trading? And so businesses do that because they have to pay money, not much, but some, to execute trades on the market. So they're trying to avoid the little bits of cost associated with trading. Now, to us, in a real world, right? Say you wanted to trade something, right? You'd put up an ad. You might use a market like Kijiji or eBay or whatever, and then they take a fee, or they take no fee, and then blah 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 blah. But in the sense, if you want a market that moves like the stock market, where you can just buy, sell, you don't have to wait around, all that sort of stuff, that happens because there's people that facilitate that. So the dark pool is basically they make a sub-market that has special rules or less restrictions or whatever, and then they run a mini stock market so that they can trade whatever they want to trade. So a lot of times it's just them doing business. So they need to shuffle money, or I need to borrow 10,000 shares because I'm doing something, or maybe I want to buy a bunch of lumber. I don't know, whatever. So I go on to the dark pool, not the market, the public one, and I can get it for 1% cheaper, or I can borrow it longer, less restrictions, or whatever. So that's kind of what the dark pool trading's all about. It just allows them to do their daily business crap that they have to do not on the public market. And then arguably people are like, well, that ruins transparency, and there's a bunch of other stuff, and it's unregulated because it's not the stock market, right? So all these rules don't apply that, protect the consumer. But then again, the consumer's not on that, so who cares? Which is why the rules aren't there. It's private businesses to private businesses. It's no different than me meeting you in a parking lot and trading something. We're still bound by the rules of the country, right? America, Canada, whatever. But we're not bound by the stock market rules. I don't have to ensure fair price. I can swindle you, technically, as much as I want because you're agreeing to that price. So I can set whatever price, right? I don't have to give you the best price. And the other guy doesn't have to pay the best price either. He can talk me down. So that's essentially what the dark pool is all about. And then when people are talking about how much volume's on the dark pool, that's just saying there's a lot of activity. But you don't really need to worry about that on AMC level because it doesn't matter per se. On a grand level, if everyone moves to a secondary market, it means the primary market is no longer worth it. And then that becomes a problem because they're going to make another market, call it NASDAQ number 2, and then they're not going to have any rules, right? So then regulation doesn't matter. Now there's a second stock market, right? And so that's the problem. That's the problem with crypto exchanges. That's the problem with dark pool trading. As for AMC, it doesn't matter. On an individual stock, it doesn't matter because it's not a big problem if there's private, like if you guys wanted to give me 100 shares and you just sent them to me, that's technically dark pool. I'm on chat here. I say, hey, let's pool our shares together to take over AMC. You send me all your shares. we didn't do this on the market, right? I didn't buy them at a fair market price. I got them for a penny. So we just made our own dark pool, and we're now evil Illuminatis. So is that a risk? It could be, if somebody wanted to take over AMC and didn't want to tell anybody. So you could do it. But anyways, at least now you kind of get an idea of essentially what dark pooling is. And then now it's, okay, expand upon that knowledge. And in this situation, does it really matter? Not really. I think the bigger risk is just market destabilization. But until dark pool is safer and better for you as an investor, I don't think the dark pool is ever going to beat the main markets for the retail investor, because there's no regulation and the banks would just fleece you. But for the banks, the lack of regulation means they don't have to pay extra money to do their daily business. And so if they fleece each other, they don't care. So it kind of works out, right? All right. Wow. Just put down 1.5 liters of chocolate milk, and I'm back. I haven't seen any post yet. But I'll usually take a look at the thousandaire by the end of the day. Our little home on Reddit, or I'll see it on the Discord. No, links don't show up in this chat window. It's basically stop spammers, who obviously want their links to be seen, right? YouTube blocks all links, but it doesn't tell you that it blocks links, so that you as the spammer think your message got through and then you fuck off, I guess. Okay. Let me go do a purchase then. Store. Better be good. I'm holding you personally accountable. When did this game come out? 1st of August 2017. The deal ends in 9 minutes, 67% off. Alright, fine. You've got me. One of the best survival games on the market. Alright. Add to cart. Purchase for myself. Ooh. I should actually just take a quick look. There's a castle building game. I do enjoy castle building games. Colony Sims and Castle Builders or base building is probably my favorite games. Aside from a good shooter like Doom, but yeah, this Spee Castle looks pretty cool. Looks kind of simple though. Yeah, it looks kind of shitty. Not recommended. Yep. Okay, let's get this purchase done before we run out of money. I do recommend Green Hell if it ever goes on sale. It's worth a one-time play. And Medieval Dynasty is what I'm playing right now. That's currently $34 on Steam. All right. And I'll buy Ground Branch, which is made by the people that made Rogue Spear and some of the old Rainbow Sixes. Okay, and I'm now the proud owner of the Long Dark. All right, thank you for the heads up. It's all good. It's all good. No. I was just teasing you. $10 is. I'll enjoy it for $10. Normally, I would just torrent said things, but yeah, might as well. $10 is $10. And things are that cheap, it's not even worth. It's not even worth torrenting. So I'll take it. Which one of you fuckers sells me fucking seeds? There's no seed farmers here. I have to go to another town. So we're just trending sideways, unfortunately. Well, maybe I can just Google where I get seeds from. It's all good. It's all good. You're not bothering me. It's all good. Mostly I'm playing games right now just to pass the time while the stock goes sideways. Okay. Everything has to be planted except for carrots. Carrots you can plant in the winter. Okay, so you plant wheat in the autumn and you can collect it in the summer or spring and fall. Okay. So apparently there is a lady here hiding in a house. Time to B&E. Housekeeping. Nope, no one's here. Alright, housekeeping. No one's here. Oh, hello, little Robin Hood. Itty bitty Robin Hood. Alright, just doing some B&E here. Oh, not her. Where are you? Out of my way, old man. Nope. 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 I find this lady. Eat these seeds. Plus, ramming these doors is fun. Just, maybe she's hanging out with the cows. Oh, hi, cow. Oh, hi, Mark. If I could ride that cow, it would be a trusty beast. My noble steed. Oh. Nope. Oh, maybe. Oh, look at this. Okay, he sells me food. Ah, here we go. It was supposed to be a lady, but perfect. All right. Where is... I can and collect shit from the cows. All right. We've learned something today. Mm-hmm. $15. So how much money do I have? No money. Great. Gonna have to sell everything I got. Good to know I can sell rocks to people. Sir, you want to buy a rock? Okay. Sweet. All right. I guess I need fertilizer. I need clay and straw to insulate for the winter. I gotta go find clay. Hmm. All right, cool. All right, now I know where I can get seeds from one of the serfs. Makes sense. Awesome. So, still going sideways like we did for the last hour. Nothing to report yet. Looks like the Reddit chat froze. Nope, it's moving. Okay, good. What's this? Hey, poppies. But I don't know yet how to harvest them. Give me some opiates. Let's get hooked. Chasing the dragon. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I love how someone keeps paying for, excuse me, an airplane to fly over AMC or Wall Street. Like, just of all the things to pay for, right? Oh, I need to own a bag. Crap, I don't have a bag. I wonder if I just throw wheat on my fields if it's going to grow. Acquired a bag and fertilizer. Balls. Just spent all my money and I can't spread the poo with my hands. Oh, it's not good. All right. I know how to deal with this. Oh, my food is slowly rotting. Good to know. Yeah, it's actually got a nice aesthetic. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of wooden tools, and I'll sell those. A wooden knife is like 15 bucks. Selling the equivalency is like $2. And it takes me like a whole 3 seconds to beat the system. Yeah, if you ever torrent, try Medieval Engineers. It's really fun. Building your own castle, cutting down the trees. It's by the people that made Space Engineer, but it's in a medieval aesthetic, and they should have kept with it. So nice. This one just has really bad UI. So what's going on right now is we're just watching the stock go sideways. This is the all-day AMC channel. In the bottom left is your in-flight entertainment for today. And this is Medieval Engineer, or not Medieval Engineer, sorry, Medieval Dynasty. I'm currently trying to survive the winter. So, need to plant some crops. Get that done. Do. Here, since we're not going anywhere fast, let's get rid of the lemons. I'll bring up the Dow and the other one. Since pretty much hand to hand. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's just kind of with the low volume, we're basically moving. GME is moving hand in hand with the market, basically, and so are we. Yeah. All right, we'll let that roll. All right. Mm-hmm. Well, where are you located in the world? It would be autumn if you're in the southern hemisphere. And if you're in the northern hemisphere, be going into summer. But we've left summer a while ago.
Yeah, okay. I love how you have to say state, because too many people be Washington, Washington. Yeah. I.e. city. Yeah, interesting. Guess there's too many things named Washington in the United States. Wonder if there's any cities called Lincoln. There's got to be at least one city called Lincoln. All right. Anyways, just a side muse here. All right, so we're still sideways. Yeah, I know that's why you said it. And I know that's a problem. Well, we're hitting the gas a little bit here. But whether or not this gets us out of the funky hole. Nope. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I wonder if you compare Washington to Lincoln, who wins? Yeah, I guess it's the same as Canada's just loaded with old British names. Yeah. Jeez, we've lost 50% of our viewers, but sucks. Nothing good's going on the AMC front. Yeah, I really want to see us breaking 10 soon. But it's a red day everywhere but us and the Dow. So wishful thinking's only going to get us so far. Neat. Oh, there's a simple bag and a bag. Oh, I don't have to use the bag. I can use the simple bag. Sweet. Awesome. All right. Perfect. All right. Well, I'm glad people update us with the latest Fintel the second it's released. The last part of your sentence, though, Jake, isn't correct, though. So let me just do the quick math. I mean, it's better than 20%, but 56.88 divided by 365, that's 1.5. Yeah, that would make sense. So then that's a 15th of a percent. So then I guess the easiest way to describe, so that's 0.15% a day. Yeah, I guess is how I'd say it. So every 10 days they pay a percent. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. If that number gets 10 times bigger, then they're going to start feeling it. They'll pay a percent a day. Nobody would hold over the weekend. You'd lose 3%, right? So, but yeah, that's still pretty good. It means if you hold a month, you'd be dinged a percent or two. Yeah. But that's only for the people borrowing. And right now, I don't know what the short numbers are for how much is borrowed, but how much is available is quite low. And the interest rate's going up, which means the banks or whoever is unwilling to loan out more. So it's a good indication that they're thinking AMC is going to go up because they don't want to be holding a dead turd. Is it's really the moral of the story. Yeah. Well, I was hoping we'd get a little bit more steam here, but we're still up 2.5%, so it ain't too horrible.
That's how you fertilize a field? With just pockets of shit? I guess that works. I hope... Oh wait, soap's not invented yet. Gross. $10? I was hoping for 10. I think we can still do it. We're only about 30 cents away, but we're at 120. So we're pretty much done the midday. So we didn't get any boosts between 11 and noon. Our volume was like regardless. Our volume was really low. And then post 12 o'clock, which is a sell-off period, we had a little bit of a run and then a tiny bit of a reduction. So, yeah, I really don't know. I would like to say we're heading for 10. The stock definitely says we're going to 10. But if we don't have the volume, then I don't think we can make it. Excuse me, but we already hit 10.15 today. But that was on open when the volume was the strongest. Now it gets harder and harder later in the day, basically, to how to put it, gain new highs. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, one good push and I think we'll go up. But the one good push might take a while. Yeah. Well, we're very close. Like, we can close the gap. There's nothing between where we are now and the black line above us, which is basically 989, 991. So it's not a difficult thing, but we're treading at the bottom because we have no volume or desire to go up. And that's the real problem. So as soon as we get that turned around, we're off to the races, but it's the fact we haven't turned that around, I guess, is the problem. I have a poor rabbit trap. Oh, here it is. A dead rabbit. All right. Poor rabbit. Well, I guess I just forgot about it. Oops. Oh, smash tree. Yeah. We're all in the same boat. Most of us have our money locked up around 12 to 14. So we're all just waiting for a little push in the right direction. And everything will be great. So right now what I do is every week I'm now selling covered calls. So I make like $400 a week just renting out my shares. And then I'm going to, once I get my money free, then I'm going to get much more aggressive with day trading. And life will be good. Okay. So now I gotta hoe the field. Like the hoe I am. All right. Oh, I gotta plant it in the autumn? Fuck. The only thing you can plant in the summer is cabbage. Ah. Oh, I spent all my money on stuff I can't use. Shit. Well, this surf that I am playing, he's run through a lot of bad luck. Currently now all he owns is a field full of poop. Damn it. Initially I was hoping I could plant the berries. I mean, if I eat enough berries, I could just poop in my own fields. And there's fertilizer. You know, that would work. Really how the process works, really. Feel like I'm gonna starve to death soon. All right. Guess I'll just collect more berries since 'tis the season. Yeah. Can I borrow your politician for the weekend? I need to fertilize my fields. I like to use all natural Republican. You know, I tried Democrat and the results were not good. You need the premium shit if you're gonna grow, you know, the finest shit cabbages. I ate some expired meat and poisoned myself. Well, I know how to treat that. Gonna go find some St. John's wort. There we go. Problem solved.
Well, guess I better start cutting down trees, because if not, I'm gonna run out of stuff to sell. That's right, punch the tree. Gotta make it through the winter. I guess worst case scenario, I just rob my neighbors, come over with an axe and clear out the whole town, force them into slavery. You know, the huge. So we're just treading the 973 line. So just a slow day, making our way downtown. We'll get there eventually. Oh, you're gonna give us some uptown funk? We'll take some of that. Anything that turns this frown upside down. I love how the arms just fall off the tree. Oh, yes. Oh wait, we're making our way uptown? No, it's downtown, isn't it? Making our way uptown. No, making our way downtown. Downtown sounds better. Let me check. Yeah, downtown, walking fast. Let's see here. Yeah, making my way downtown. Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. Well, downtown, it's not down, right? It's not literally down. Downtown is usually better than uptown. Uptown is where the funk that's going to give it to you is. Where downtown is where X is going to give it to you. So, I mean, if we're going to get our towns, proper here. Because X really truly did and will give it to you. Let's not forget. There we go. You can tell I'm an old video game player where I don't like putting stuff on the ground because I'm so used to games de-resing stuff for memory. Now, with all these survival games and stuff, it's like throwing shit on the ground is commonplace. And you can come back like a year later and it's still there. Yep. Back in my day. Oh, whoops, sorry. I completely didn't realize that was up. Yep, we're getting a little bit of a breakout, but we still have to, we might get it. Let's see. That out of the way so I can see. Yeah, might get it. Wouldn't get hopes too high yet. I remember those days. Those days are coming, Overkill. I've been down this road so many a times. The first like 5 times going down this long road of getting your money back, you're like, never again. I'm never trading stocks. Fuck this. And then here we are. No. It's eventually it's just part of the process. I managed to dodge 80% of the stuff without getting stuck. And I got stuck on one, and now I'm here. 2 months later. Hell. There we go. One day we'll be back to 30. One day soon. One more day to revolution. One day more. At least the shares I bought earlier today, I'm going to be making some coin off of them. Can have at least a few bits of fancy feast tonight. It's always tomorrow, yeah. Lambo's tomorrow. The squeeze, are they still talking about the squeeze? Because that's clearly tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what the YouTube talking heads are going on about now. My guess is the short interest. But come on. They haven't been right for 2 months. Wow. Okay, time to lighten up a little. Now, it's whatever you can afford, Daniel. Like, there's no such thing as sufficient. Like, what type of financial goals are you trying to achieve, right? Because that will dictate your what you have to do to get there, basically. Oh, this acid burn is killing me. Excuse me. Yeah. Overkill knows exactly what's up. Don't worry, the squeeze is tomorrow. 300 tomorrows ago. Yeah, if we want a mother of all squeezes, then I don't think AMC is going to be the stock that does that. It'll be a biotech that someone thinks is dead and comes back with the cure for cancer. That would be the mother of all squeezes. They're about to file for bankruptcy. They come out and they're like, here at Umbrella Corp, we've cured cancer. And then boom, zombies everywhere. Oh, what's that? You can't short sell us because you're dead? See? Stock go up. Only go up. As long as you have brain, stock go up. Umbrella Corp. You can trust us. Uh, Good times. Yeah. Yeah, biotechs would be, or essentially a penny stock is a good one for pump and dump or to be in a squeeze. Yeah. I need 10 logs. Yeah, exactly. And I use that example all the time. The average American struggles to feed themselves. Only 20% of Americans know how to cook food. And it's like, and how are you going to get them to do anything, let alone wide scale fraud or a conspiracy or an uprising? It's not happening. You know, people are wheeling themselves in mobility scooters because they don't know how to eat properly or don't care. That's not a country of go-getters, at least not anymore. So, yeah, it's to think people are going to collaborate is really difficult since uh, everything shows us that's not the case anymore. People are just barely holding on as is. Yeah. Well, that's it, right? And so that goes to the whole collaboration thing. The only way we'd ever get to 10K is if there was a coordinated pump and dump, but we would be on the pumping side and on the dumping side. So we would get out all together, right? And so again, it's like, how do you coordinate all these people that are struggling with the basics to do this thing and tell them to hold out on being a millionaire so you can be a billionaire? It doesn't happen. So what we need to rely on, and why capitalism works, is that people are naturally greedy. So we might convince them to be a little less greedy, but we don't bank on them being completely not greedy, right? Because all this selling that we see, it's not random institutionals. 70% of all the volume is going to be retail investors. So they're obviously, people are selling, right? So yeah, I don't buy into the bullshit, and that's exactly what this channel is all about. Less bullshit, more making money. Unfortunately, AMC is slow as fuck right now, and that is making it a little boring. But that's the breaks. It won't be exciting every day. Oh my god. Right click. There we go.
Exactly. Exactly. And I actually said that before I got banned for saying that. It's like if we just bought and held, there'd be no volume on this stock. And so why do we have volume then if everyone is just holding as everyone keeps trying to say they are? It's like, no, you're wrong. The one thing to take away from that though is there is days where we see huge selling pressure and then all of a sudden it just magically stops. We don't have any buyers, but we didn't have incredible selling. So there's been a lot of times where I've seen the hold play out. So that we're definitely holding. I can see it. But it's not like we're, I don't know, holding to the same dream level that they have in their head where we're all magically going to hold to 100K. I think that's a little lofty. But definitely not to our credit as a group. I do see people holding. But I don't know if that's going to hold out, to reuse the word, when we get to 14 or whatever. Um, because eventually people are going to want to sell and but we're prepared for that here, at least at this channel. We're not stupid. So we'll be ready whenever they decide to rear their head. All right. Build an S structure. But yeah, it's going to be nice when this finally takes off. It'll be less boring. And then we can all just be sitting here going, fuck, 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 yes. Which, yeah, that's coming eventually. You know, it was only, what, 2 weeks ago we had a 30% day, I think. So, but yeah, we should be getting a good 10% a week. We're getting about 3% the last couple days on average, so that's not bad. Still better than most investments. All we need is some stupid pandemic news and fuck, back we go. Yeah. Okay. Gotta chop me some trees. Actually, I kind of like this tree here. Don't want to chop down all your trees in your local neighborhood. that's also kind of the US. In Canada, we're going to be, even with the vaccine passport idea, you'll still have to wear a mask. And the reason behind that is you don't need the mask, but if you can pick and choose who wears the mask and who doesn't, then you're going to have to card everyone, right? So until it's over, it's so much easier to just say no mask, no service versus, well, do you have a passport? But I think they're going to relax it in some cases. So they'll end up like maybe you can only go to certain places if you're uninfected. Much like if there was a zombie plague, we'd be like, you can't enter our base unless you have no fever, you have no desire for brains, kind of deal. Yeah, well, yeah. Although, in fairness, the US could have gone a lot worse, you know, for all their good times, it didn't get as bad as it could have. So, but they got some of the best medical care in the world. So, push comes to shove, America usually comes out on top. But how many people have to die before that happens is a different story. So, that's why you never bet against the states. They'll find a way to fuck it up, and then they'll find a way to come out on top. It's just the way they roll. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, like so India's the same boat as the states, where it's if you just deregulate and let everything go ape shit, right? But the difference between India and the states is that India got overwhelmed, where the states still managed to keep the body count to the point where it's not overloading their hospitals. Plus, do remember India still struggles with the use of toilets, right? So you got a lot of disease spreading and contamination and a lot of polio and random shit going around, right? So there's a whole bunch of other factors that contribute, not just the plague. They got other things to worry about as well. But yeah, it sucks because that is what I said when the pandemic first started. That's what we're all looking at. Everyone in the world and every country would be going through the same problems as soon as their healthcare gets overloaded. Then it's just bodies in the streets because the only thing that's keeping the death count down is not because it's not that lethal. It's relatively lethal. It's somewhere between 12% to 50, depending on your age. But it's because we can treat it in a hospital. We got the kill count down to like less than 1%, right? So everyone's like, oh, it's nothing. And it's like, it's not nothing. It's just you have a working medical system. But wait until it breaks, right? Stack those bodies up. So, ahoy, Cedra. Welcome to the Slow Boat Olympics with your DJ, Stocky D. Who will soon have a new microphone. You're listening to Sexual Chocolate and the Stock Channel. Though, Chad, if you probably run the numbers, you got to be careful with correlation doesn't equal causation. It's like, oh, places in Indiana where nobody's ever close to anyone, no one got infected. And it's like, because it's a proximity disease, right? COVID can't just fucking fly. You have to give it to somebody by getting close to them. So you have to weigh that out. And then, of course, you don't need stronger regulation because everyone is fucking far from each other, right? Anyways, not to get into the details because this is AMC, not COVID channel, but COVID is a big problem for AMC, so it comes up in conversation quite a bit. As for this game, this is Medieval Dynasty. $30 on Steam. I'm just enjoying a nice peaceful time by the river. Life is good. Yes, you can fish as well. Yep. Fishing has been a historic primary food source for generations of humans. But yeah, it has a nice aesthetic and Manic Miner. Never heard of it. I'm 32, so I'm not too far off on you. But you can play a lot of things. Like games like this are nice to pass the time because there's no real threat. You're not basically rushed, except for you need to prepare for the next season. But as long as you're not stupid, like you don't take all your mushrooms out of the forest, you know, set some food aside, this game is pretty forgiving. So 1978. Yeah, I'm 1987. Yeah, so got 10 years on me and a bit. At least game wise. Yeah, but no Game Boy or N64 or anything during your time. You have a whole rich history you missed there, i.e., anyone that's under 30's childhood. Exactly. I was born on the internet, bitch. Whenever these kids are all like, blah, 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 I'm like, fuck you. I was there when the internet turned on. You ruin it for all of us. Go take your TikTok and Instagram and shove it. We don't need that crap. Where's my MySpace page? Well, yes. Yeah. That's kind of where in my 30s I stopped playing video games probably 10 years ago. So 25, 22, somewhere around there, just because I had to focus on life. Games are, they're fun. They make you smarter, but you run into the problem where you're consuming too much of your life, basically. So, put down the phone, Mom. Oh yeah, remember that when you're fucking on dial-up and someone picks up the phone? Rip connection. Oh, there goes my Diablo questing or whatever else. Just got pooched. Yeah. At least BattleNet was pretty good. If you logged back in immediately, it put you back in the game. So there was a timeout, I guess. Yeah. All right. Oh god, Diablo 1. Holy crap. I sunk summers into that. Like, oh fuck. Because of course I was going to school at the time, high school, elementary. That's 95. And then as soon as it got able to go on the internet, you're like, oh yeah. Well, then LimeWire, right? I've been a software pirate since probably 98. Like, I basically third year of using the internet, or second year using the internet, I was a software pirate. Like the amount of MP3s, and it was, you couldn't really pirate anything really though in the beginning because the the download took so long. It would take about a day to download 10 megabytes or 20 megabytes. 20 megabytes was basically an entire day. I'd start it before I go to school, and I'd come home, and it'd be done after dinner, hopefully. Oh man. Yeah, passing when someone downloaded like 100 megabytes, it took them like a week. Nobody could call them for a week. And then they would pass the CDs around school because nobody could fucking afford to download it, right? Uh, or you'd borrow someone's legit copy and then just download the crack. Oh, I miss those days. Uh, Actually, I had a version 1.01 CD of Diablo. I lent to somebody, and he ran off the hills with it. Yep, good times. Good times. It's a lot of good times, yeah. Yep. Yeah, old school FTP pirating. You would do it on bulletin boards and through IRC. That was the days. Oh man. Them were the days. And it's strange because, people look back, so I'm not that old, but people always look back at their childhood with rosy, you know, glasses. But I mean, some people had shit childhoods, like growing up in World War II, World War One, I guess. Whereas it's like my whole childhood was like the birth of life-changing, awesome technology. It's only gotten better since, but it was like, huh, okay, Game Boy came out, Kirby was invented, Super Mario was real, and it's like I was born into an era of pure, awesome entertaining. Now, of course, YouTube didn't exist and all that sort of stuff. Um, but it's like, it's not like we're really missing much with YouTube. It's great that we got it, but it's not, you know, it's not that great. Much more great was like Napster was amazing, LimeWire amazing. Aside from like when the viruses took over, early ICQ amazing, IRC when it was super popular amazing. Now it's like corporate half-ass projects that, Facebook's okay, but it's nothing to write home about. Although I would say that video games have been getting better and better with each year. Indies are starting to get better, and the bridge between half-assed EA games and beautiful artwork of some indie guy, that bridge is getting tighter and tighter. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, definitely do not pine for the old school video games. They were great, but oh man,
They're not as good as you remember them. Yeah. uh, in Canada, you wouldn't cruise around town. That's what old people used to do. So that'd be people that are 50 or so right now would cruise around looking for chicks. And then my generation at 30 ish now is we grew up with the internet, but you would just have your friends from school. Some people, sports, whatever, get out a little bit more, but uh, definitely start of the shut-in generation for sure. And then now it's gotten, 100 times worse, if you will, if it's indeed worse. Yeah. Yeah. Schoolhouse Rock. A classic American thing. I've learned a lot from that. Like how a bill gets made and then shot up on the on the steps of Congress, I think, or the House. It's the House. I think it's SNL that redid Schoolhouse Rock. It just gets violently destroyed, or it's Dave Chappelle. Oh fuck, Battletoads! Don't mention that game. Fuck, that game is hard. I didn't realize it was so hard until I saw YouTube videos saying hardest game ever made, and I'm like, oh, it wasn't just me. Like there was that, and there was a Disney game, either The Lion King or something else. Oh, Home Alone. Holy fuck, Home Alone 2, the game. Holy fucking Christ, that game is hard. Even as an adult, like that is a hard ass game, and they release it for kids. Like, holy crap. I always thought it just because I sucked, but it is hard. You ever get a chance to play it, try it, and wow. I don't know what the developers were thinking. It was brutal. Now that you reminded me of it. Yeah. Brutal. Oh yeah, ET. Yeah, that's why it got buried in the desert. And they just recently found where the ETs were buried in the desert. There was a whole documentary on it. The quest to find the it's so good. Memory lane. Oh, I remember before mobile. Yeah, you had to write down numbers, carry a planner. Cell phones have always been too expensive in Canada. They only recently got cheap. So I definitely know that. I didn't have a cell phone until I was mm, probably 22. Yeah. I think my first cell phone was the iPhone 4. I had like a kind of a text cell phone in high school just because my dad got it for free. And I had a Palm Pilot kind of deal that I bought myself off of eBay for like 20 bucks. Because then when I was at the cottage, I could log into IRC on my Palm Pilot basically, and I could chat on IRC because IRC is awesome low bandwidth. Yeah. Oh man, we're really going down memory lane here. Well, it's good. Ooh. Wonder if that's going to drive up our stock price. Oh yeah, I can't plant the wheat till the next season. Um, Maybe I can sell my soul, sell my body for some fertilizer. All right. Was a bag phone like the large giant cell phone? Wouldn't want to know how much you paid per phone call. Where the hell are all the serfs? There we go. The brick. Okay. Sweet. So to answer that, Chad, that's up to you. I presume Webull would not pay you much to anything. They work on being predatory. So just like Wealth Simple and excuse me, Robinhood, they're essentially as close as you can get to scamming people without scamming them. If you did it through interactive brokers or something, I presume you'd get a better payout. But of course, they are more stringent with the laws. So you would have to have like $50,000 to get, or $25,000 to get an account, $50,000 to get options. Or actually, is options 100,000? Can't remember. But anyways, a little bit more stringent. So, oh, I see. It would hurt the chances of a squeeze, yes. Um, I mean that's just a few more shares that they don't have to worry about, right? But your 10 shares or 5 shares or whatever you got isn't going to make a dent. Now, collectively, yeah, I guess that does matter. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean that's a fair amount of shares. Just yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you're not getting that rate. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Man, still going sideways. Almost power hour. Oh yes, I gotta plant the last of my crops. Really? I had two things of fertilizer, I thought. Okay. Okay. So there's my cabbage. That will carry me into next season. And I'll plant my wheat. I got a little bit of daylight left. I'll cut down some trees for money. Life is good. As a peasant. Yeah, and when people are saying there's only 15,000 shares left to borrow, there's nothing stopping a short seller from going to the market and getting the shares he needs, right? And which is essentially just writing a option contract if he doesn't want to hold them, or he can just go to the market and grab them. But the problem with grabbing your own shares and then short selling them is that you're betting on it going down, but you're currently holding the shares. So you can't have a short position while going long. But if you cover it with an option or you do it through options, you can essentially bet both ways or bet on it going down without ever holding the shares. So it's not a huge deal that we have these numbers, that we're running out and all this sort of stuff. There's ways around it. Just when everything happens so quickly, that's when the hedge funds and the market gets fucked because it's going too quick, too fast, and they're unprepared. And then you get a squeeze sometimes. Mm-hmm. You can find some rocks. Too bad there's not a peasant that just has rocks, Is there not a rock man? A guy that collects, maybe a guy named Dennis, collects lovely piles of filth? Has some rocks. Alright, so a little bit of a sell-off, but we're still doing good. The volume's not that high, and it pretty much course corrected. Want to see how much we push back. That'll be critical. What's this? A
deer? That looks like a deer. Inventory. I have no weapons. Alright, I'll leave them. Oh, there's the rocks I need. Alright, fuck it. No, I got nothing but wooden sticks. I can't beat the curses. Can't beat them senseless. Today on AMC, watch a man cludgeon a poor deer to death with a hammer. That's all I got. I'm so sorry. uh, yeah, my ratings go through the roof. Facebook sends me some, or not Facebook, sorry, YouTube sends me some warnings. Your content is graphically disturbing. Look, man, I needed to eat. It was me or the deer. Still going sideways. Yeah, it'd be entertaining, yeah. Well, that's why I put up the video feed. So at least you got something to look at while we chat it up. Because, yeah, the stocks can move sideways in a second. Likelihood's low, but we've seen some pretty cool stuff here. So you have to just keep watching. S&P is breaking down. Yeah, well, you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes late to predicting that, but yeah, look at the volume ramp up, the negativity. Yeah, I mean, we have done bell-to-bell technical analysis, but you got to have stuff to analyses, right? This baby's just going sideways. So, okay, I picked a bad time to get up to grab a piece of bread. So, if the Dow's tanking and the S&P are tanking, then, oh, my back, clearly something's up, and we'll take a look in a minute. This is when it's a good time to get on the Reddits and be like, what have you done, you fucks? What evil hath you sown? And then they come back just saying, ooga ooga, and random ape noises. And you're like, yeah, I didn't expect much more from you. Alright, just give me a second to eat a piece of bread, and then I'll come back to the chat and see what's up. All right. Oh, that acid burn's killing me. Okay, so we got hit by it too. Ow. Yeah, I hate acid burn. Once you get it, it just doesn't fucking go away. GME is on the cusp. They're about $2 away, $3 away from oblivion. S&P got nailed. Dow got nailed. So somebody said something. Sleepy Joe did a press conference. Yeah, it's got to be a 2 p.m. press conference, and 15 minutes in, somebody said something they didn't like. And then once they say something they do like, there'll be a recovery. Now, this is why it pays to have the indexes up. And the fact that it started rolling ahead of time kind of shows that they were preemptively. So there's something they knew was coming. So you have growth, and then it's kind of flat, kind of teetering towards something, right? Because generally indexes don't do the going sideways collapse just because they're an average. But at least we didn't react too heavily. We got dinged, but yeah, it's not too bad. Like I wouldn't want to see like down into the nines, low nines. So, oh boy, Canada crosses the border on that news. That's it, Darrow. That's a declaration of war. Acid burn is not indigestion. It's heartburn. Yeah. Yeah. Heartburn. Your heart's not burning, so I call it acid burn, but that's what heartburn is. Or, better yet, acid reflux is exactly what it is. But big word confuse ape. Ape. Why ape use big word when many words do trick? Oh, God. Don't even get me started on that backstop. You wake up and you're like, what's wrong? Burp. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Well, I'm Canadian, so uh, joke's on you, Silk Room. Ba-bam! Yeah. That's what I was not trying to relive, but yeah, exactly. Oh, especially when it's full on, then it actually does damage, and then you're basically stuck for like 3 hours with broken throat. Like, oh fuck. I had that about a week ago. I woke up gasping for air for some reason, and then I'm like, my throat's on fire. So I had acid reflux while I was asleep, and it irritated my throat to the point where I wasn't breathing, I guess. And then it's like, well, I can't go back to bed now. It's like, oh, fuck me. That was the worst. Luckily, it's easily treated. Um, I just ran out of my stomach medication yesterday, so I'll have it by today. Or, well, tonight. Once this is over, I'll go get it. Where I need 7. 2 more. Yeah, manure's pretty cheap. Who thought shit would be cheap? I guess supply and demand, right? At least with seeds, you only pay once. And then now once you have your own crops, you're good to go. All right. Yep.
It's nice because the medieval economy is really easy. You just do basic labor. The basic labor then gets you money. Use the money to purchase something that you can plant, and then as long as you don't consume it, you just keep going on economy of scale, right? So you can literally pull yourself up by your, well, boots without straps. You're a peasant. So it's like as long as you have labor, which is manpower, go to town, right? So, anyways, nowadays it's like, oh, cool. You have a bunch of onions that cost less than 10 cents a pound. Got 2 pounds of onions. Okay, here's 30 cents. Oh, they're not grade A super onions. Sorry, that's 5 cents. Have a nice life. Oh. I got 5 cents for 2 months worth of work. Great. So, do you have any idea what's nuking the spy yet? Yeah, it looks like the Dow just did a dead cat bounce. Actually, Airbnb may have a surprise upset because they can get around regulation, right? So hotels had to close, right? But Airbnbs didn't. So there might be a power play there. Yeah, me too. Because if anyone's going to come out swinging, it's them. An easy way to check would be to look at um, Uber and any delivery companies and see if they're going up. Because that would show that people are getting around more. Yeah. Especially too when they make majority of their money in the United States. And the United States has been open for business quite a bit. So yeah, we actually had to. My city here actually brought out new legislation, basically banning Airbnb um, on rented properties. I think it is. So you can rent out your main domicile, but you can't rent out uh, rental properties on an ultra short-term basis because they were using a specially driven house to rent out, and then they would just, because there's no laws around it, they could get it as slummy as they want, and you know, too bad, it wouldn't matter. So they cracking down on it, because of course that comes with crime and whatever. Enjoy, enjoy, making the most of it before Justin. All good. Uh, Here we go. Didn't I buy more shit? I did. Oh, maybe I bought actual shit and not fertilizer. Ah, great. Life is so hard as a peasant. Okay. And figure it out in next season. I hope this was summer, not fall. All right. Oh, wow. I get to choose the outcome. Great. Oh, wow. The storm fucked up my house. Whoa. House got fucked. Well. Sweet. Good thing I'm the only one who lives here. Aw, yee. Well, that was quick. Easy cabbage. Okay, so that was summer. Now it's fall. Okay. We are 30 minutes away from power hour. Another day in the bag. Nope. This is Medieval Dynasty. Just a little indie game where you live as a peasant. Looks like, yeah, Spy's making a recovery. God, Michael. I can't answer that question with a straight face. I'll let someone else answer that. Well, evidently somebody else can't answer it with a straight face either. GME avoided nuclear holocaust. That's good. That means we're not going to go down much further, probably. Everybody looks like they're leveling out. I guess tomorrow I'll fire up the long dark, and we'll go through it together. It'll be like one of those play for charity, but the charity is me. On the S&P? That's what you're talking about, Howard? If so, I can take a look at it. I could do some technical analysis. It does beat being a peasant in medieval Europe. Or this looks like Eastern Europe, judging by all the names here. Gretchen and Ludmilla. It's all Estonia and Polish and that kind of part of the world, I think. Ludwig, that's Prussia. You there. Where's my shit farmer? Hark. I need... Are you the man that peddles shit? You are. I need your finest shit, good sir. I am trading the stocks. You don't understand this, peasant, but I'll have you know. If you give me one shit today, you could have two shits tomorrow. None of that squirty stuff. Real hardcore shit. Ah, so I did buy just pure poop and not fertilizer. Crap. Hmm. So basically I gotta carry on collecting poo and then mash it together with my hands and then it's fertilizer. Excellent. Excuse me. I got 33 cabbages from that 2 plot and 6 things of cabbage seed. Damn. That's pretty good. You can easily see how farming makes the money. Not bad. But I definitely have to get a better source of cow poo. Because it costs me $7 to replant every year. $8 to replant every year. And I'm not making that back selling my cabbage. I'd have to sell 7 cabbages just to pay for the fertilizer. Looks like I need something that eats grass and shits. But my guess is you have to give it animal feed. Interesting, interesting. Goats, yeah. All I see right now are cows. But you need 2 cows, because if you just buy 1 cow, it eventually dies. So you need 2 cows, but I think you have to feed it, which means I have to set up a whole bunch of stuff before I can get fertilizer for free. So what's that? You got hot stock tips. Please tell me more, Mr. Bull. But buy beef futures, because eventually humanity's gonna eat cows by the truckload? You're so wise, Mr. Bull. So wise. Speaking of, you just look the other way. You could just enjoy, just carve off a hamburger on the side here. Non-important dialogue that the developers thought I would care about. I'm gonna turn that kid into a knight by giving him a fucking stick. Done. All right, that was easy. Goats would be good. Too bad no goats. All right, I better go fix my houses that got fucked up in that storm. Winter's a-coming, and you need to brace yourself. And you do indeed know nothing, Jon Snow. Ah, good old Game of Thrones memes. So retro, so good. Let's take a look. Although 420 is not really that far away. I don't think it's leveling out yet. I don't have a lot of experience with SPY, but nothing on this says that it's leveling out. You have angry, 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 and you don't have any of that. So everything points to continuation. So you might level out a tiny bit and then you'll crash like that. At least looking at this chart. But it's run pretty far, so it might be out of steam. But look at the volume. It's a lot of angry volume. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not well versed in the S&P, or well, I know what they are, but I don't know how their behavior is. On a Friday, David? Yes. Today? No. On a Friday, they're going to want to get out so they don't have to what the hell is it called? They don't hold over the weekend, basically. But such as midweek, it doesn't matter. These numbers are tiny. Yeah. 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 It's like they have to pay commission as well, generally, to get in and out of the market. So unless it's critical, they'll just leave it. Now they're paying like a thousandth of a penny per share, but they're also moving millions of dollars, so it adds up. So there has to be some impetus, some reason to basically change them from doing nothing to doing something. And evidently something just happened with the S&P, which is why it's up on the board there. I'm just watching it. I want to see its behavior while AMC just kind of putt-putts along. Just curious what the S&P is going to do. Yeah, somebody said something. You don't have a market sell-off like that unless there's some type of coordination. And since there is no coordination, it's news. Somebody broke news or somebody talked. It's a shared instance of something that everyone can relate to. Yeah. And we'll probably find out about it tomorrow if we care. Yeah, so she's still not done falling. Just give it a few seconds. It's going to break a new low and it's going to go down. And then I'll say, called it, if I'm right. If I'm not right, I'll chalk that up to
sucking. The 111. All right, house fixed. All right, I'm going to leave that for now because that's just going to putt. What happened to my bag? Did I accidentally sell my bag? Great. Rough life being a peasant. Shit goes missing. Oh, maybe that's the item that got destroyed in the storm. So while I was sleeping, the storm stole my bag from my possessions. That thing cost me a whole 60 cents. Shit's not cheap. Or 60 silver florins, whatever the hell my currency is in this game. Oh, meat's going bad. Better cook it up. All right, let's look at the S&P. There we go. Called it. Yeah. It's a problem with optimism. And the chart doesn't show it. There you go. See? Called it. Yeah, there was no optimism in the chart. So you have nothing but negativity. It's not showing a flattened out. So, oop. Now this is showing a recovery because this is extra volume. So too much too quick, you'll get a bit of green. The green will get crushed and then you go back to red. But it should be finding its bottom soon. So you're going to start to see this shape eventually. But is it going to be here or here or here or where? Nobody knows. Let's look at GME. Yeah, GME had a bit of a gap down, but it's still not a problem until it gets to around 41. Once it gets to 41, then we got to pay attention. So we're still holding in, even with all that negativity. That's good. All right. Yeah, well, that's it. It was like during the week, it's like, okay, you know, we're crashing, but we had so little volume that our crash was limited to nothing because it was just like, well, that's the problem with low volume. If you have no volume, you're immune to all market direction. It's like, oh god, what a shitty stock. just Just put it down. Somebody get the 12 gauge out and just put her down. She had a good run. She's getting old in her years. She had so much to live for, but it's darkness and curtains for her. Okay, food storage. I require 8 logs. Well, I know how to find logs. Chop, 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 chop. Oh yes, I wanted to keep this tree, but who cares now? Plenty of trees in the forest. The king's forest. I'll eat his deer and his wild boars. Wahahaha. What is he gonna do? Send a knight? I thought this was Narnia. Ah, good old South Park. Bonus points if you get the reference. Now we're showing a recovery. That's good. Out of nowhere. Everyone else is going down and we're going back to our line of scrimmage. So that's a decent sign. Time is it? Oh, 3 o'clock, that's why. We're just starting power hour, so probably some Redditors wanting to get in, wanting to show that they're still in control of the stank. And then a little bit of profit taking. All the smart money that realizes what they're doing is dumb. So they're going to take their money and run. But that's all right. The show of force is good enough. Perfect. Oops, that's not a hammer. That is a hoe. Where's my hammer? Why do I keep losing stuff? There we go. Making my way downtown. Hammer, 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 hammer. Okay, I need sticks and trees. Axe team assemble. That was a rabbit. Or a deer. Either way, tree time. Okay, so that recovery wasn't much. We're getting good coverage on YouTube, though. I was just looking at the statistics. We're getting about 1,000 people a day now seeing the channel. That's good. We're keeping about 40 to 60 when the stock isn't super boring. Not bad. We're growing. I thought we'd be stuck at 10 cats and my grandma for forever. We showed them. Exactly. They said it couldn't be done. They said it was impossible. But here we are. Proof that even a person dropped on his face and drinking bleach
can one day rise up and be the president of the, what the fuck is that? Get your fucking rabbit ass over here. Oh, I weigh too much. Okay. Oh, I got him. I got him. Yes. Thanks for standing still, rabbit. All right. Sweet. Soon, Tom. Soon. Maybe tomorrow. Same time my Lambo comes in. Yeah, shank that rabbit. See? I'm a lumberjack, but in a moment I can turn into an axe murderer. Can't trust lumberjacks. Ooh. Piece of candy. Yep. I can't wait either. So I can just tell everyone to fuck off and make my investors happy. Yeah, my family's all like, oh, investing. And it's like, I'm making more money than you guys, and I'm not even working. So, yeah. But they see wealth as, I guess, if I bought a car and drove a fancy car, they would start listening to me. But I'd rather buy shares and make $4,000 YOLOs than get a car. To me, that's way better. Because the insurance and the upkeep and all that crap, who wants to pay that? You could just buy more shares. Yeah. Oh well. I'll show them. I'll show them all. I've already got my license plate custom ordered. I'm ready for my Cybertruck. I'm going to buy the most impractical vehicle ever. Just so Dad can finally pay attention to me. Be great. Always wanted an armored car. Just need some fuel economy to go with the armored car. That's good. Okay, so we're 2 minutes into power hour. Once again, it's neither power and looking like it's not even an hour. So we'll just let this run its course as par pretty much the entire day today. Okay, I need 4 logs. Holy crap. 4, 8. Damn. Alright. Well, I guess it's nighttime. I don't want to get eaten by wolves. Or whatever mythical creatures that live in the woods. You know, whatever peasants are usually afraid of. Okay, let's take a look. S&P. So yeah, so it did find its bottom. Okay, just after. So it leveled out basically there, and now it's bouncing off of it. And you can actually see my line. See my line? It actually. So the leveling out is usually like just exactly the same shape as this line. Yeah. Although sometimes it takes on a different look, but yeah, you can see it. So it still has some increasing lows. Then it goes flat, but I don't think you're completely out of the woods. But because you should be going flatter for a bit more, so it might course correct and then it'll make a U shape. This one doesn't look as good. So this one's the Dow, and so this one's going into the U shape. But this here came out of nowhere. Now it's coming back. So if it comes back to here, okay. But then you have to watch. If not, it's going to break down at the middle point. So the middle point's an unsafe point for the U. So there's your leveling out, and it collapsed, but it didn't break new lows. So that's a good sign. So it comes up, but it's a little too much too early. So you got to see if it's going to... What the hell? My phone just blasted me. So you have to see if it's going to level out or break new lows. So it's a little bit more dangerous than say here. Yeah, and the position where it is bad because it's in the middle of a U shape. So the same can be kind of said about us. So here you're starting to level out, then you came up, then you flattened out, came up, flattened out. So whenever you flatten out, you run the risk of rolling back down. But if you can manage to continue up, it locks in this. Now here, we have to go up again to lock in this. So we've only locked in this here. So we should be coming up. We have a floor now, basically. And so we should have a recovery. It's a crappy U shape, but because of this piece here, we don't have to go this way. So essentially, we want to make this shape, but because this part got lifted, we're going to still complete the U shape, but we're going to lift it up. And see how that works? Like clockwork. So there's the original U shape, and there's the now lifted U shape because of that little boost, but it's still going through the exact same motions. It's just been pushed. So you could even say that that's where the U shape is if you want to. I like the line underneath. Some people like the line in the middle, right? You could also even argue that that's where it wanted to go all the time, and that this piece here was just an oversell. Regardless, when you're in a U shape, the shoulders are going to be your breakdown point or the corner of the U shape or the 50%, which is where we're seeing resistance right now. So anyways, some simple technical analysis for those who are new. Something to think about, look at, understand, I guess. So hopefully. Oh yeah, let's take end of the day bets on AMC. Good call. Okay, Barry gets 73. I'm gonna go with 980 at the moment. Okay. Okay, Tom War 65. TW.
TS. Oh, I better pause the game. Whoops. TS is 82. 6. All right. And he's 65. All right. So this is the end of day AMC is Deadpool. All right. Cosmo is 84. Oh, speaking of Cosmo, since we were talking about old games, did you ever play Cosmo for DOS? That was my favorite game as a kid on the PC. That game was fucking great. In fact, I'm gonna go Wikipedia. I forget what he looks like. Cosmo DOS game. Oh wow. I don't remember him looking like that. Man, I love that game. It was a good game. Oh, he had suction cups for hands. I guess I didn't realize that as a kid. Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure. Great game. Yep, it's all good. It's old school. Very old school. Okay, 84. Pam is going to go for 85. Didn't someone take 85? Guess not. Where to have it? I already have it. So Pam, 85. 5. Cam is 970. Oh, down here. All right. Give it a background. Gray. There we go. Okay. Puts a little bit of life back in the end of the day. So let's put this baby. Where's my number? 80. Okay. Well, I mean, let's be honest. Oh. There we go. Pam, the green eggs and ham seller. Also, whatever the Vikings eat. Well, we got Pam, eggs and Pam. Pam and Pam. No, just dead today. AMC's not dead. Or I just withdraw my money at any price. No, we don't have the volume to counteract the market, and we're essentially just drifting. But we do have, some direction. Like we actually are beating the market, or well, we're beating the market. Yeah. So we're not completely dead in the water. But yeah, I'd like us to have more life. I'm a momentum trader, so I specialize. I mean, it's just a title people give themselves, but where my skills are is in watching speed and volume and how people interact. And as soon as it gets slow boat to proverbial China here, it's like, fuck, I can't do anything. My skills are not trained in the wait and watch department. It's in the fast money department. The key word here is fast. Oh, that fly of garlic is a poisonous mushroom. These are deadly mushrooms. What happens if I eat them? Let's see here. 100% poisoning. Yep. I was gonna say those are like keyword here is deadly. Yeah, parasol mushrooms are relatively safe. Sweet. Oh, good. My basic survival training has paid off. Yeah, red flaky cap. Abort. %, dead. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this peasant has knowledge from. But see, I'm learning something. Like I didn't know about a red pine mushroom. Never heard of it. So I'm learning something here. Apparently, you can eat them. So that's good. I've learned something today. That's why I like games like this. Feed the brain a little. I learn how to build houses out of sticks. Might need that skill one day. Actually, if AMC keeps going the way it's going, I'm gonna need it sooner than later. Gonna have to be living in the woods. I'll steal my neighbor's Wi-Fi and trade sticks for AMC shares. Good times. So this is the broadleaf plantain. So this is actually everywhere. This guy right here, this guy. So you see them everywhere on people's lawns, but they're actually edible, just like dandelions. People make them into salad. But that's a common weed in this guy right here. A common weed in North America. So yeah, you can eat those if you want to. Just like dandelions, you can eat them too, but a little nasty. I think you're only supposed to eat the roots, I think. Yeah, or no, the leaves go into a salad, and I think you can cook the roots. Yeah. But yeah, I don't feel like eating dandelions anytime soon. Yeah. Yeah, mushrooms show up anytime there is moisture. Well, if you live in Canada, you would not like. This mushroom is bitter. Yeah, 50% poisoning. Damn. Um, ooh, a woolly milk cap mushroom, also poisonous. But yeah, sorry. If you're in Canada, you can't live in a stick house just because the winter will kill you. Like, you'd have to build a pretty strong stick house, pack it in with mud, and make the walls probably 6 inches minimum thick. I forget the insulating qualities of clay, but I think stone, it's 12 inches of stone to keep the cold out at -40. And anything less, the stone itself will cool the room faster than you can heat your side, I guess. Yeah, a yurt is essentially a teepee or a skin-based or now canvas-based movable tent, nomadic to the oh, what the fuck are they called? The Mongolians and parts of China. So you probably see it in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. Any of the Slavic states might know of it. Not too well versed on where the yurt has gone. 10 even? All right, let's add you in. FOC is 10. Like $10 or 10 cents? I'm guessing $10. FOC 10. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes. Is it left or right? Yes. My personal favorite. Actually, come to think about it now that you mentioned a yurt, I think we have yurts that are made out of stone and stuff, at least in one of our provincial parks. So I wonder if the definition of a yurt doesn't require it to be traditional, or they're just doing it because they want to show off that they're traditional, like natives, or that they're down with Eastern European culture. Canadian government does that a lot sometimes. We appropriate culture just to show that we fit in. Not that, who cares? Wonder if I can poison people in this game. If I stick a mushroom in their soup or something. Because what other purpose would it be to have poisonous mushrooms if they tell you it's poisonous? All right. Tom's going to 74. Okay. Tom War 74. Okay. Just a happy little stream.
This kind of stream and crappy shit on the ground reminds me of forests in Canada. Our forests are a lot more dense, so you don't get these kind of trees like this. But this kind of rugged, hilly, bumpy rocks everywhere is indicative of our forested areas. But you'd be wall-to-wall tree, like around you, with this as the ground cover. It's hard to find clearings like this in Canada, unless it's man-made clearings. There's just trees and people. Damn. Maybe, oh, you know what? I bet you, Howard. I bet you. Ha 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 ha. X. Uh, I bet you the crashes correlate. Okay. Yes, it does. That's exactly what it was. So you see the crashes are exactly correlated right here? That makes sense. So what probably happened is they announced that the infrastructure bill or something got pushed back. So they were all trending on the hype, right? And then when the hype got pulled, poof. And that explains that. That makes sense. Because yeah, now that you mentioned steel just took a tanker, right? Because I noticed earlier they were just riding high. But yeah, look at that. So they were a little bit delayed. Oh wait, is that the Dow? Yeah. The Dow was not as affected. So let me get the S&P up here. Watch, I bet you they're going to be hand in hand. Which one's the S&P? This one. So, it's not correlating exactly. It's pretty close, but the S&P is recovering better than, well, that kind of makes sense because the S&P is more than one stock. But the correlation is, yeah, it's there. Yeah. So there must have been, they're tearing up on news, and then this is the first warning. This is the second warning. The S&P doesn't see it. Then they get hit, or they just ignore it, and then they get hit, at which time, boom, steel goes down. So the steel is leading the S&P in this case because it reacted earlier. Yeah, so it's got to be infrastructure. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, there you go, Howard. You figured it out. So it's got to be something that has to do with steel, infrastructure, building. So new tariffs, you name it, right? So now the quick power play is, well, they're going to still go ahead with infrastructure sometime soon. So you could buy an option contract or buy shares because all of these guys are now deflated, right? So yeah, not bad. Oh, good catch. Yep. But yeah, I love how my brain made that connection. The second you said steel went down, I'm like, I wonder. And it was indeed. Which means for AMC, we can pretty much ignore what's going on. So we got pulled down because of fear or whatever, right? Same with the Dow, although the Dow is industrial. So we will rebound either before the end of the day or tomorrow. Yeah, perfect. Yep. I got 6 phone numbers from 5 different guys. Eventually, I'll have a whole number. Yep, exactly. Now you have to watch is it actually cheap or is it just hyperinflated and corrected? And then that's the hard call that gets a lot of people. And that's one I can't answer too well either. Because you have to know the stock. But if, say, something like GME, no price is too high until we get to about 30. So, but I don't know about them. Yeah, exactly. GME is pretty much rest in peace. Its volume is garbage. Its volume today is actually better than it's been for a week, but it's all red volume, so not good. My volume's finally up. Trending in the wrong direction. Yeah. Yeah. But for GME at least, how to put this? Um, wow, I am lost for words. Well, for lack of a better word, because I can't think of any, um, GME is basically a long time coming. This death has basically been delayed and delayed and delayed. It's still a prize horse, and it probably will spring back from the grave. And negative 10% isn't that much for GME. I mean, it's more than 1-2%, but I mean, it's not critical. 50, 60, 70% is murder for any stock. But GME can fly up 30% in a day. So 10% is not that big for them or us. We go up about 30, they can go up about 60, 50, easy on a good day. So yeah, I wouldn't bet that GME is out, but it's definitely a long time coming down from where it was. And I would say stability price for them is around 50 to 80 bucks. They're technically worth like nothing, or maybe, $4, $20, depending on which estimate you talk about. We're technically worth negative $6, so we're worth less than nothing. But the share price doesn't represent the price of the company in relation to today. It's based on the price of the company into the future. And I don't see a future for GME, or at least not one that has it at a $400 share price. So it might survive, right? But it's not going to thrive. So, yeah, where we're going to come back swinging. And unless the motion picture industry destroys theaters, which is still a big threat, I think AMC is going to find a way to keep surviving, regardless, because you're always going to need exhibition halls. They just take on a different shape. So, yeah, yeah. I do find when GME is, shitting the bed, we do better. But I think it's because then people stop putting money into GME and they pick another horse. But I think that horse right now is Dodge. So everyone's just going on crypto and Planter and whatever, right? But eventually they'll find out that out of all the horses that they picked, Blackberry's not a bad one either. We're the long-term play, right? So eventually we'll get the smart money. But right now, yeah. Well, whatever. Boom and bust, you know? People pick their poison, but that's what this channel is good about. We're no bullshit, no hype. Sure, I didn't make $1,000+ on Dodge, but I'm also not crying or waiting for a year to get my money back or whatever, right? So I didn't want to take the risk, so I don't get the rewards. But that's the breaks. Yeah. I need 4 more logs to cut down the trees. Ah, that's what I was doing. Okay, good. I was lightening my load so I can get more trees. Chop, chop, chop. SNL? Oh, yes, yes. Yes. We actually had a conversation about that. It's like, now that Musk is going live stream, do you bail on it? And it looks like, yeah, people did. Well, at least you didn't put, although Khor is tanked, right? So now you would have been in. But yeah, you nailed it. At least in relation to infrastructure. You had Carnival and Party City. Man, you're just loaded in hype stocks. Next, you'll tell me you're going to sell off all your Doge to buy Bitcoin to buy AMC. Well, it's good to have you here. Oh, what is going on? What? Somebody is dropping the hammer on this stock. What just happened? All right, well, who's winning the Deadpool now? Because I ain't. Green Hams and Pam, and now Cosmo. Wow, AMC is happy to see us. There's a. Is that a green dildo in your pocket or AMC, you know? It's too fast, too quick, but maybe we'll keep some of it. So now I'm winning? Or is there someone behind me? Nope, I'm winning. Now I'm the winner at the dead, but it's not going to hold. Yeah, we can't have Pam win again. Come on. Come on, AMC. Let's do it. Let's show people named with 3 letters what life is really all about. It's hard knocks, baby. Oh man, if we can break 10 for closing, that'd be great. That would be great. Oh, you know what? Maybe these poisonous mushrooms I can sell in town. No, they're not good for me, but maybe somebody needs Poison mushrooms. You got to be worth something to somebody. Need some stone. Here we go. Stick. Stone. More likely, I don't know too much about the VRAP there, but it's more likely timing. You're basically, you got your 3:30 buy-in and they're just a little slow. So they're busy placing the order. It's also possible that that is part of the remaining purchase orders for that 47 million that they needed to get in. And they want to do it before end of day. Something like that. Because if there was a catch-all indicator, it would stop working because everyone would do it, and then they would correct the market. A vide, a vid. GME is non-stop tanking. It'd be silly to think that GME is going to spin that around. It's possible they'll burst up, but over the long term, GME is still heading towards a grave. There's nothing that says otherwise. They only just get short-term, like, extensions of life, and then that's it. Then they're back down to the graves. So, yeah. Eric Andre. Oh, the guy that shoots the person. Yep. Right. I was like, who's this Eric Andre? Right. He is quite the character. Quite the character. All right. So, who's winning right now? It is Tom. No, it's TS. Who's TS? Tyler Swain. Or Swam. Swalom. All right. That is TS. Yeesh. You haven't won yet. You still got 12, 15 minutes. Or sorry, yeah, 15 minutes. Yeah, you'll notice that I do extremely rough estimates and then I correct them. That comes from playing military video games. It's good enough to just say tank and then a rough estimate of how bad it is. Then you can later find out. So I do it out of habit. Where most people stop, get the right answer. I just spit out an answer, then correct it. Because it's much more important to know fuck tank and then quantity. Fuck lots of tanks, you know? Yeah. That way you're at least taking cover. Straw. The fifth battle of parallel 1001. Oh, pool's closed. Is it due to AIDS again? Yes, that pool was always closed due to AIDS. I may have had to close the pool a few times due to AIDS. It was great. That was the only reason to play Habbo Hotel. So you could barricade the pool because of AIDS. Oh, that's not what you were referencing? I was wondering because it's mildly racist. So, okay. I thought that's where you're going with that. But all right. Guess not. All right. Yeah, classic. Yeah, it's all about calling for backup and blocking off that pool. I love it. Right. So yeah, for anybody that's just joining here, we have an end of day bet on the end of day price. So just post it in chat and we'll put you on the list. Obviously, don't take a number that's already taken, because you'll just lose. 990. Yeah, it's not. I mean, if we got a surge, 990 is where we would land. If you want 990, I can put it down. Just gonna see if anybody will take my poison mushrooms. You wanna buy some mushrooms? World Gaburga, which I think said teenager, judging by your height. Yep, teenager, judging by your face. Okay. All right, 990 it is for Vanessa. So, oh wait, no. Oops. Oh, look at you with the favorite meme face. Because when it's time to party, you need to party hard. 74 is taken by Tom War. '86. So I'm looking for Barry. Barry 86. 86. Oops. Hitting every key but the one I want. LE 79. 78. Overkill is 80. I'm 80. Overkill. Do you want higher or lower than 80? You take 81. Okay, 87. Okay. I think 87 may be token. Nope. Gonna put overkill. Yeah, I'm gonna put you at 81. It's a good call. I picked 80, so no, I do not want to make any of these ugly ladies my wife. Ugh. No offense, Eastern European women. Just not my forte. Where's the boat from China or Japan bringing shipments? Ugh. Where are they? Ugh. Ugh. Believe I caught some type of fever. There's some lovely sticks over here. Oh yes, I was trying to sell my poison mushrooms before I got distracted with the dead pool. Reasonably high volume. 16, 15, yeah. But it's probably the counter to this. So the person bought in here, it didn't quite go up, so they sold, among other things. We do have that one person that makes stupid trades, but I haven't seen him in a while, so maybe he's gone down and moved on to some other stock where he's losing money. Oh yes, I was trying to sell my poison mushrooms, but she wasn't in. Here we go. Let's see if she'll take my poison mushrooms. Oh, they're worth money. Okay, well, have my poison mushrooms. They're worth $1 a piece. Hell yeah. And straw's worth nothing. Damn. Let's take a look at the SPY. Yep. Yeah, so your warning sign here is this. So you got a wiggle, that's fine, and then all of a sudden it goes equilibrium, not without incident. Incident. You do not want that. So it's just like na 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 beat. That's a problem. So it's either going to break up or break down. But judging by how dangerous the news is, what it did previously, and look at the volume, you better be digging a 6-foot grave. That's not looking healthy for the SPY or the S&P. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So GME is starting to level out. So they're starting to slowly. Oh, well, maybe not. How about us?
Whoa, we're cresting hard. Is that us? Oh, that is us. Okay, that's probably a little bit of panic selling because it looks like the whole market is going. It's across the board. So that's probably panic. So since this is probably panic, it'll probably rebound about 50% of the panic. So the panic probably started right about here. So we're going to probably end up here now, I guess. Or if this was panic, because this could also be a pennant, right? And that's the breakout. So 50% of all of this is around this line here. And they're starting to push back. We'll see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes. This one over. There we go. So judging by how much time is left, I would probably say this black line, or at most maybe this black line. We don't have enough room. So as we go down, our chances of going up go with it. So there we go. So who would win then? 75. Booth gets an 83. Okay. Can we get a $5 up or 5-cent upset so I can win this? It'd have to go all the way back up. I don't think I'm winning this. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want any money today either. That's your first mistake. You're supposed to get your money tomorrow, Daryl. When you try to get your money the same day, that's your biggest fault right there. You should have known better. Tempting the fates. Yep. And there's always money in the banana stand. Poor Wergier. He was here earlier this morning, I think. We haven't seen him since. Okay. The power of Christ compels you. Smack the kid in the head. Oh, perfect standing. If I hit this cow in the head, like kick this guy. Oh shit. I think the cow just laid down. Good. I was like, oh no, shit's going down. Apparently, cow clubbing is a thing. Sorry, the inner Canadian, I see a seal and I have to hit it with a hammer. Okay. Oh man, there's still a little hope. A little hope. I mean, at least we got 3%. I'm happy with that. Works for me. Gonna get a last minute snipe like yesterday. Out of nowhere, a Bernie Sanders with the steel chair. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, my roof has a hole in it that I somehow didn't notice. Oh no, I think I noticed, I just forgot. There we go. Always tomorrow. Okay, last 9:59 seconds. So my bet now is 75, is about the height. We might be able to get a last second snipe, which would be this guy, but I'm going with 75. Yeah. Just because we don't have enough time to form up a real recovery. Oh, we're doing a last minute sell. Oh no, 10 seconds left. Where's she gonna land? Now, did I win yesterday's? So am I the crown champ now? Can't remember who won yesterday's. I think I won, yeah. So that makes me a 2-time winner. Not gonna win today. All right, and that's game. So the winner is 74. So 74 is Tom War. Nice. Nicely done. So it's Pam for 1, Tom War for 1, me for 2. All right. You've joined the great elite club, Tom War. Well, you snooze, you lose, over Doctor. Yeah. Oh, maybe Howard. Yeah, Howard won one. Yeah, you're right. I think Howard won yesterday, didn't he? Well, just remember how many times you win, because I'm forgetting already. It don't matter. Cool. Well, I'm going to keep on being a serf, and I'll see you scumbags all tomorrow. Or sorry, degenerates. That's the polite word. I gotta remember my politeness. Yep. Have a great remainder of the day. We're back. At least we're 2.4% richer. And the post market has us almost at 10. Oh, one could dream. Give us a fucking 10 soon. All right. See ya. Yep. It's all good.